and we are live with it. What it do, what it don't, what it is, and what it ain't. It's your boy, Don Otaku, aka Don Solo, aka Solo the Don, aka Solo D Swaggy, aka Don Chromacopia. And this is Dual-Wield Gaming Podcast, episode Rondo number 9. Free that man. No, I'm just playing. Don't free that man.
Talking about Rajon Rondo?
No, not Rajon Rondo, the rapper Rondo number 9.
I see. I got you.
And of course, I am here with Subegles, aka Subeg, aka the Green Thumb, aka the Gaming Gardener, aka half man, half everything bagel. And last but not least, the co-host of this crazy podcast that we do here. How are you feeling and what you been up to?
Man, to comment on that Rajon Rondo line, his number was 9 when he was with the Celtics and with the Lakers. So
Yep.
Hey, but I'm doing good, man. I'm just drowning in homework, bro, and assignments and quizzes and discussions. So playing a lot of homework lately, not a lot of video games, but you know, we're making it though. We're making it, you know. I gotta pay my dues. I gotta do the busy work before I can enjoy my life, you know.
Hey man,
But I'm good though. I'm good. I'm stressing a little bit because the Dodgers are playing the Mets right now in the series to advance to the World Series, and then the Clippers are gonna start basketball regular season on the 22nd. So there's things that keep me going while I'm doing my homework. I have the games on the side while I'm doing my homework and stuff. So, but I'm good, man. I'm good. What about yourself?
I hope they both lose. I've been good. I've been chilling, playing some games, working, doing a lot of overtime just because it never happened. I was just joking.
We work hard out here, you feel me?
But yeah, just been, and I've been doing some DoorDash on the side too. That's my splurge money. Everything else goes into savings. When I do DoorDash, that's my game money, going out to eat money type shit.
Yeah.
So, you know, you gotta work to get what you want out here.
Yep.
So that's what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just excited because Album of the Year just got announced and I'm hyped as hell. Tyler the Creator, Chromacopia, just released the I'm guessing a snippet of the first single.
Mm-hmm.
Thank Chroma. Shit sounded fire. The fucking visuals on that music video, bruh. Absolute cinema. Man. I'm so ready for Tyler to be back in album mode.
Mm-hmm.
Not that DLC that he dropped last year.
Yeah.
And you know how he's always been on that 2 year schedule ever since Bastard dropped in 2009. Every 2 years, like clockwork.
Yep.
Always a new album.
Mm-hmm.
And he missed last year, except for the estate sale DLC to Call Me If You Get Lost. But like people were arguing with him on Twitter, or like people were like talking on Twitter like a week or two ago about him like missing his 2 year window, and they were like, you better drop this year. Like, and he was like, who the fuck are y'all to tell me when I need to drop?
Yeah.
And then like literally a week 2 later, he dropped this. So yeah, it was us. We pushed him.
Yes,
we made it
sir.
happen.
Yeah, for sure. They heard the duel, said that Tyler is one of the goats. Said I gotta do it. No, but
He
I'm
said he
excited
can't let us
though.
down.
I'm excited because I was talking to you before the show, but I'm going to Camp Flogna next month. And that's if anyone doesn't know what Camp Flogna is, or CFG, you can call it. It is Tyler the Creator's festival, pretty much. He throws a festival at Dodger Stadium every year, or he skipped a couple years during the pandemic, but it's at Dodger Stadium. It's huge. He always has like a few big headliners. He always gets some of the Odd Future boys there too, like Earl Sweatshirt's usually there. Like what is all their taco and stuff like that? All them motherfuckers, like they're all usually there and stuff, chilling. But yeah, it's exciting because it's probably gonna be one of the first times he actually performs like either songs or his album there and stuff live. So it's exciting. It's exciting times. But yeah, man, Tyler the Creator, shout out. Can't wait.
Finally, some good fucking music.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, man. But I know the people don't want to hear about Tyler the Creator, or at least they should want to hear about Tyler the Creator. But the people want to hear about game and what we've been playing. So I'm gonna let you go ahead and go first.
Yeah, I've been playing, like I said, I've been playing a lot of homework. But outside of that, I haven't been digging in too much into games just because I don't really have like a lot of time, and like the time that I do like earn from myself, I play for like 30 minutes, an hour, and then I like get sleepy and then I fall asleep. But I played a little bit of Metaphor. I don't know when I'm gonna, because I really want to sink my teeth into it, because it's like it demands that like attention almost. And I don't know if I got that right now. I kind of wanted to start up to see how I was feeling with it and stuff, but maybe like 2 hours into it, not too much though. I've been playing a little bit of Halo Infinite because it's really easy to pick up and play a couple matches, and it's kind of like a cozy game for me, even though it has skill-based matchmaking and it low-key fucks you over really fast. But I've been playing a little bit of Halo Infinite. Honestly, outside of that, bro, not much gaming, to be honest. But I'm hanging in there though. I'm hanging in there. Unfortunately, that's all I've been playing really. But yeah, just trying to earn myself some time so I can actually game.
I feel you.
But yeah, that's it.
All right. As for myself, as you can see on the screen, more Frag Punk. Still in love with Frag Punk. Can't get enough Frag Punk. I can't wait for the full release of this game. Like,
yeah,
even just these 2 betas, and somehow, or I shouldn't say somehow, but this beta is even more. I thought the last beta was really content rich for a new live service game. And they've managed to add even more content, meaningful content to this new playtest that they're doing. And I was really like, they could launch the game how it is in beta, the last one, and it would probably be good for like that would last you a good 3 months until the next season or whatever. But what they have now, because some of the things that was missing was like ranked, and they've added ranked. They've added 2 new characters. They've added some new weapons, and they've added a ton of new shard cards that change the gameplay, and they have some really cool ones now too.
Okay.
But yeah, this game is still amazing. It's still the more I play, the more I'm just like, man, this is such a A1 experience. And it's been a while since I felt this way about a multiplayer shooter.
Yeah. For sure.
So one of the big new features, it actually kind of fixes something that I had issues with the original playtest, is that you have one gun, at least the main weapons. You have one gun, or I should say, you have one of each gun out of the 12 or 14 main weapons. And once you die with that gun, you cannot get that gun back. So if you like go out first round with your favorite gun, then you're just shit out of luck for the rest of the game. They added a slot machine.
Oh, okay.
At the home base or whatever, or your starting area, and you can basically roll the slot machine, and you have a chance of getting the gun, like a gun that you've already lost. And everyone can do it at the start of the round. So sometimes people roll a gun that they don't want. You can pick up their gun. So sometimes someone's looking for a sniper rifle, but they roll a shotgun, but you wanted the shotgun. So you can pick up the shotgun and then you're good. And then you can roll for them and hope that you get a sniper rifle for them. So even more RNG. They love RNG in this game. So the slot machine just like makes so much sense because of how they play into the RNG. So yeah, that is a really good feature.
Okay. Is it do you have like an infinite amount of like rolls, or is it like a token you use, or?
It's one per round.
Oh, okay,
Everyone gets one per round.
Okay, nice. That's sick.
Yeah. I was actually thinking maybe they'll like let you use gold to do like second re-rolls and stuff like that, but no. So yeah, that was a really cool addition. I haven't got to play with the new characters, but I've seen them in action, and they're both really good and play differently than the other characters, which I love to see.
Yeah.
One of them is named Spider, and he's a lot more technical. He has a teleport ability, kind of like the invisible chick that I can't remember her name.
Oh, well, yeah, what's her name?
The silver-haired one.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Zephyr?
Yeah, Zephyr.
Okay.
Something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's able to do something similar to that, where he can place a little portal and then go back to it, but he can keep going back and forth, unlike Zephyr, and teammates can go through it as well.
Okay.
So that was pretty cool to see.
Fire.
He has like spider sensors that he can throw down, although I'm not too sure what they actually do. Like I said, I haven't played with them. Yeah. Then there's Sonar. What was her name? I forget. I don't know if her name is Sonar or if that's just her ability.
Yeah.
But she's like a fish person. So shout out to all the Sion fans, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. This is your match. If you're a Zora then we got a Zora in the game. So she has like echolocation where she can just put down this little staff, and then she's able to see like through walls and everything where people are. And she has like nothing but sound based abilities. She seems pretty cool as well.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay.
I've been playing this every day because they keep adding new things to. They keep adding like new shard cards, new relics, and all types of shit to the game every day to keep you coming back. So yeah, I've been addicted to this. This is my. Oh, but let me talk about ranked, because ranked is a completely different experience than the standard. And there's good and bad with it. So this is actually on the screen right now. So in ranked, it's still the 5v5, but it's still the same plant the bomb gameplay. But instead of having 3 cards that the team picks between, you have to designate a card captain at the beginning of the match. And the captain is the only one who can pick cards. And they lay out 8 cards that both teams can pick between. So it basically goes through little rounds. First round is ban. Both teams pick a card out of the 8 to ban. So then let's say the opponent is picking first, and you see something that's OP like Blade Master or Turtleback, and you're like, nah, ban that one for sure so that they can't get it.
Yeah.
So like I said, only one person can choose. You can kind of like do the little hearts to tell them, hey, do this one. But these motherfuckers do not listen. Or they just won't pick cards, and that shit pisses me off. So the card captain is something that's good if you have a full squad, but when you're playing with randoms who either don't have a mic or just don't communicate, and you just have a card captain that's just not picking cards or picking just bullshit cards, I'm just like, bro. But you do have the option of voting, be like, hey, make me the card captain. Take this guy out. Get this motherfucker out of here. So you can like overthrow the current card captain, or the card captain can like say, hey, do you want to be card captain? And then so you have options if there's a bad card captain.
Okay.
I actually had to deal with that where I kept talking shit about the card captain, and then everyone voted me in, and I did an even worse job. No, I'm just kidding. We actually won. So
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah. So that is a different aspect from the standard mode. The other thing that has changed in ranked is that you need 6 wins instead of 4 to win the game.
Okay.
So that was one of my complaints in the survey that I did for the first playtest. I said that the matches are too short. I wish that there was more rounds.
Okay.
So this is a good trade-off, because the rank, I can play longer rounds, and it actually feels really good, because like I wish standard you had 6 rounds, and ranked you had 8. But it gives you enough time to learn who you're up against, learn how they play, and then you can turn it around, which is something that's happened a lot in ranked, where you'll be losing like the first three, and then you finally start to, oh, okay, we understand, and then you'll see the my bad, the shift, um yeah, like the shift in how the match goes, and you'll end up coming back at the end. So I prefer having longer rounds. I know they want to probably keep it short just to keep that attention span, make it quick matches that you can just get in and get out. I just wish there was like a short, medium, and then ranked is like the long. But yeah, what's there? Oh, and since there are longer rounds, once you switch sides, all of your weapons come back.
Okay.
So you still have the one weapon, or one weapon per, one gun per type. I don't know what I'm trying to say.
Like you still, if you die with the gun, then it still gets taken away. But when you switch sides, like offense, defense, then you're like the token, like it comes back.
Yep, they all replenish.
Gotcha. For sure.
So yeah, that's also cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, ranked is pretty cool, and it is definitely sweaty. They are a different beast in ranked. Snipers are already becoming the meta. Oh, one thing I hate in any shooter that does this, I hate sniper rifles, because people realize that the sniper rifle is one hit. No matter where you shoot, it is one hit. So they just run around with the sniper like it's a pistol, and they just one shot you. And that is one thing I hate. I hate sniper rifles that are one hit if you hit them in the body. Sniper rifles should only be one hit if you get a headshot. Halo does this perfectly. It's 2 shots if you don't get a headshot. And 1 shot if you do get a headshot. That's how it should always be. No gun unless you're just like in someone's face with a shotgun. That's the only time it should be 1 shot. But that's a risk reward type deal. With a sniper, there's no risk. You are far away. So yeah, they need to change that.
Got it. Yeah.
But yeah, other than that, I've been enjoying Frag Punk a lot.
For sure. I actually have a little. Actually, I didn't play too much of it, but I tried it out on the Steam Deck for a little bit. It actually does run fairly well on there. There was a little bit of stuttering, but I had it running at like a fairly decent 60 FPS. So it seems pretty optimized for Steam Deck as well. And the controller support is actually pretty solid on there.
Oh yeah, I only play controller.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. So I think I've gotten, or actually let me see. Do I have any new? I think I do have new gameplay for Silent Hill.
Okay.
So let me.
You're not sleepy running into walls and cars and shit.
Yeah. So let me find that. Here you go. So I have been playing Silent Hill. I've been keeping up with it. It has gotten more interesting. I'm starting to remember some of the things that I played back in the day on the original version. A lot more action, a lot more enemies being thrown at me, some jump scares that made me audibly scream.
Okay.
while I was on Discord and embarrassed me in front of my friends.
Yeah.
But yeah, this game is really fun, and Bloober team really cooked with this one. Like, it's like I was saying, I started getting some handgun bullets, so I know I'm about to get a handgun soon. But the melee combat is really fun and satisfying, even though it's it's really nothing. Like you're just hitting RT and then dodging, but the way that the enemies move and attack, it just makes the dodging like the dodging mechanic so fun, because the enemies, it oh shit, bro, it reminds me of Hellblade 2 and how I
Okay.
felt about Hellblade 2, because it's it's so visceral, and like the weave, when you're weaving the attacks and the camera moves, when you be like ooh, and you be feeling it, you be like bitch, ah, ah. Like that shit is so satisfying. And then when you know that you are one shot and you cannot get hit and you're getting attacked by like multiple enemies, and you're just like yeah, yeah. It's like, bro, it's simple. It's really nothing to it mechanically,
Yeah.
but the way that they, like the camera movements, the hits, the sounds, everything about the combat is just so satisfying that it makes up for, oh, I can't like do the fucking Resident Evil 4 remake. I can't suplex motherfuckers and do all the shit that Leon S. Kennedy can do. I feel like this is 100 times more satisfying than running up and doing the little
Yeah.
little
The little
baby
shake.
swipes with the
Yeah.
knife,
Mm-hmm.
little
Yup.
little wrist movement.
Little flick of the wrist.
uh, I can honestly say the melee combat is better than Resident Evil,
Okay.
and I got to my first big puzzle with the record player, the jukebox, and had to basically fix the jukebox, find the two broken sides of the record, glue it together, put it in, find a coin to put into the. It was a fucking lot for a damn jukebox, but yeah, did that. Got to this like got to like these apartments, and then that's when shit started popping off, because there's so many rooms and dark hallways, and dark in this game is fucking dark. Like, it gets dark as shit. But then I finally got the flashlight, bro. They got me good, and I think they did this in the original too, because as soon as you get the flashlight, it's like click the right stick to turn on your flashlight. You click that bitch, and then a new enemy, the fucking enemy with the legs on top of the legs, pops out for the first time, bro.
Okay.
That shit scared the fuck out of me. And it, um, that one is so fun to fight, because he can dodge too.
Okay.
So you swing at him, and he like, nope. Bop, bop. And I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah.
So like the enemy game, like the enemy AI and the gameplay for the enemies, just fighting them is so fun.
Okay.
I hate to say it, bro.
They cooked.
They fucking cooked, bro. Bloober team, count your days. But yeah, this game is sick. This is a perfect Halloween game, and the sound design, the atmosphere, bro, that shit is so intense. And you be knowing that some shit's about to happen, and you be trying to creep around that corner without the you try to creep around, try to see what the fuck is lurking before you hit the corner. But yeah, they did an amazing job with this game. I have nothing but praise. I literally have no downsides to this game so far. I just can't wait till I get the pistol. I want to see how the gunplay is. But yeah.
Okay.
Silent Hill 2 remake. Last game is card game, or the card game, Card Shop Simulator.
Yep. PCG.
I've gotten it out of my system. I've done enough where I'm like, okay, I don't need to play this any longer. I've become a very successful card shop. I haven't unlocked everything, but at least for what the early access is offering right now, I'm like, okay, I have seen enough. I'll come back when there's a lot more content and they have all of the stuff that they have in the roadmap, such as they were like, they have like tournaments coming, and they actually had like in the start menu, they show you the roadmap and what they're working on. They had like, you're able to, I can't even remember, but they have a long list of a roadmap, unlike PlayStation. And yeah, I was like, okay, I'm gonna come back when a lot of these features are out, and it seems they're pretty fast when it comes to these, like adding the features from the roadmap, because it was like they had just added one of the things on the roadmap, and then 2 weeks later, or like 2-3 weeks later, they added another thing from the roadmap, and I was like, oh, okay, they actually pretty quick with it. But yeah, not too much to say, but that, I think I'm done with it for now. I'll come back later. But that's all, or I shouldn't say that's all I've been playing, but that's all I've been playing before I get to our next section, which is on the radar. Steam Next Fest Edition. Because yes, Steam Next Fest is going, and there are a shit ton of demos to try out for upcoming games, and some games that are already out in early access as well. And I've played a bunch of them, and I have a little list. So I've broken it up into bad, okay, and good. So that is the tier list. So some of these shouldn't be on your radar, but since I played them, I just wanted to talk about them.
Yeah.
So one that I saw, and I was immediately like, oh, this is definitely gonna be for me. Let's see if I can find it. I think this, right? Sorry.
No, you get it.
I forgot to put the gameplay in before I started the show. So I'm doing it right now. Good. I think that's Fast Food Simulator. Now you know me. I love my fucking simulators. I was like, oh, Fast Food Simulator, bro. throw some cooking mama with like, or like burger damn diner dash, whatever those like mobile games where you have to cook the food and then serve it before the time. Throw that with the simulator, and I was like, oh yeah, this is my game. Like they made this specifically for me, and I was excited. I was like, hell yeah, this is the first game that I played when I was just downloading a bunch of demos, and then I was like, yeah, this is the first game that I'm gonna play.
Mhm.
So I don't know what these reused these assets that every single simulator game uses, because they all look exactly the same character models, the same, like everything is just so like generic. But I don't know, I don't care about that. But it's always funny when I just see these simulators and they look just like the last one. I'm like, bruh. So yeah, it plays like you'd expect. You buy the ingredients. Instead of the food magically appearing in front of your store, they actually have a truck that comes in, and then you have to open up the truck and go in and take the shit out. So I was like, oh, okay. See, I like how every time I play a new one, they say, you know what, this is good, but we can do this better. So that was cool. I went outside waiting for this magic box to just be sitting in front of my shop, and then they're like, no, a whole truck just pulled up. And it wasn't like the truck just magically appeared. It was like, no, you see the truck pulling up, and there's actually like a little time before it comes. So I'm like, okay, yeah, they cooked with that. Now that is literally the only good thing I can say about this game.
Mm.
Because they did not cook with anything else. Everything else about this game is a huge downgrade from any of the other simulators. This game is so unintuitive that it was just a hassle to play, and I quickly got off of it. So some of the things from Supermarket Simulator and TCG Simulator is that you're just able to, they make it so that you can just like what you think you would be able to do in real life. Like I open up the box while it's in my hands, and I just put the patties from the box onto the stove. They're like, no, one, you can't open the box while it's in your hand. You have to put the box down, then open it up, then pull the patties out. And I'm like, okay, I have the patties in my hand, throw it on the stove. No, you can't throw the patties on the stove. You have to put them in the patty container. And then after you put it in the patty container, then you can put them on the stove. And I'm like, okay. So I had two containers, I had two boxes. I put the patties into two different containers. Then I realized, oh wait, this container can actually fit two boxes worth. So then I'm trying to put those, like the patties from one container to the other container. And in TCG, you can hold like 8 different items at the same time. In Grocery Store Simulator, you can stack the boxes on top of each other. They're like, no, you have to do one by one. I'm like, are you fucking serious right now? So, and there's just so much of this where I'm like, I'm trying to do something, but they're like, no, you have to do this unrealistic step first. That just adds so much unintuitiveness and just useless, like, time wasting. I'm like, I can't do this. Y'all gonna have to fix this shit ASAP before I play this again, because it was more annoying than fun. So yeah, the actual like burger cooking and timing, when to flip it, and all of that stuff is pretty neat. But everything surrounding it, I just could not get into. There is actually voice acting in this one though, which is it has not been in Supermarket Simulator. Like the customers will actually talk. So that was pretty cool, I guess. But it has potential. They just need to iron out the actual design of this game. So yeah, that is Fast Food Simulator. I put that in the bad section.
Okay.
Another game was called Fledglings. And when I saw this game, I was like, oh, this looks pretty sick. The art style of it look. Let me see. Which one is this? Shit. Hold on. I want to. Should have made sure to name these because some of them I don't actually see. But
Like your clips?
yeah, like I can't really make out which game this is that I'm looking at.
It's probably just like a date and like some numbers, huh?
Yeah.
For sure. I know exactly what you're talking about.
So yeah, this is it. This one? No. Okay, actually, I don't think I have gameplay for this one. That's what it was. So, all right, my bad. So I don't have gameplay for this one, but it's called Fledglings, and it was like it. I didn't really look into it. I just saw the art style, and I was like, "Oh, that looks pretty sick. It has a pretty cool art style." So I was just like, "Yeah, let me see this." I just saw him. It was like it was a first-person action game, and the character was like pixel art, but it was a 3D environment. And I do not see any videos on YouTube for this game, so that sucks. But I guess I'll just explain it. So it's basically you're on this island that you crash landed on, or planet that you crash landed on. And there are these aliens called Fledglings that you basically befriend and have to protect, and they grow and then they help you in battle, kind of like Pokemon. So you have to like feed them.
Yeah.
During the day, you're like feeding the fledgling. I only found one, and I would like look around for fruits to feed them. And then at night, there's a raid of monsters that are coming to kill you. So you have to protect the fledgling until it like grows up, and then it's able to help you in battle. And you have little knife sword thing, and really basic attacks, and you're just chopping away at all these aliens. It's one animation, and like outside of the art style, everything else about this game was just like, I like the gameplay loop because it felt more like I was playing a horde mode. Like the whole game was just a horde mode. During the day, you just like kind of like a tower defense. Like during the day, I'm literally just looking around for fruits that were basically non-existent because they were
Yeah.
very hard to find. And the fledgling doesn't even follow you around. Like, I'm over here looking for this stupid fledgling, and I can't find them. I'm looking for fruits, and I can barely find the fruits, and I'm just like, bro. And then night comes around, and there are these slow ass enemies that are coming out of the surrounding areas, and you're just going around until like fighting them off until it's daytime, and then you repeat. And it didn't seem like there was much exploration. The area was really small, and I was just like, I'm not understanding the appeal of this game. I was brought in by the art style, but the gameplay loop and the mechanics and everything, I just did not jive with at all.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I put about 30 minutes into it, and I was like, nah. So yeah, that was Fledgling. The other game, oh, actually, that's everything in the bad.
Okay.
So now, games that I thought were okay.
Mm-hmm. I hope I hear one of the titles that I'm kind of looking forward to, but let's hear them.
So the next game, I know I should have gameplay for it. Yep, right here. So this one is AI Limit, or at least I think it's AI Limit. And this is a Souls-like by a Chinese developer. It is part of the PlayStation China Hero project, I believe. And it's okay. It's Souls-like, just like everything you would expect in a Souls-like is there, kinda. Because there are some things that I was expecting because it is a Souls-like, and it was not there. So this is anime girl, Souls-like. The character art is pretty cool. The environments are all right, but I was like, okay, hopefully the gameplay is what gets me, because I'm not the hugest Souls-like fan unless it's a Souls-like that goes above and beyond when it comes to the world, the gameplay, all of that. So like an Elden Ring, or a Lies of P, or a Wolong. But if you give me just a good Souls-like, I'm probably not gonna play it. But I don't even think this is a good Souls-like. First and foremost, the combat is really slow and stiff, even for a Souls-like. There's just a slowness, and it just feels like you do the input, and then like a millisecond later she attacks. That kind of, and then the roll is so like I was not impressed. And I was like, okay, sometimes you start getting different weapons, and you get pickups, and you start putting your points towards stuff, and then that's when it picks up.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that was already weird from the beginning I died. I was like, all right. It was a boss, like it was one of those typical Souls like early optional bosses that are way too hard for your current level, but if you're good enough, you can take them out. So I died to one of those, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna go get my runes, whatever they are in this game. And then I go back, and there are no runes there. There's no drop whatsoever. I'm like, hold on. So I look at my, like, what I have, my runes. I'm just gonna call them runes.
Mhm.
And it says I have runes. So I was like, okay. Then I realized when you die, you lose a fourth of your runes, but you can't get them back.
Mhm.
And I was like, that just defeat the purpose. Like losing a fourth with no chance to get it back. I'd rather lose it all and have a chance to get it all back than that. I think that's a terrible idea for a Souls like.
Mhm.
So that right there was already like a, I don't know how I feel about that. But the gameplay just never picked up. Even trying different weapons and learning new mechanics, I was just like, nah, this ain't it, Chief. But it wasn't. I'm pretty sure if you're a Souls fan, you can see something in this, and you feel like, you know what, this is a good, just just a good Souls like romp. I love Souls like gameplay, and this is more Souls like gameplay. So you know what, I think I'll like this, which is why I put it in the okay section. It's not the worst, not the best. What was I gonna say? There was one other thing that I wanted to say about this, but now I forgot. Anyways, if you want anime Souls like, just play Code Vein.
Yeah.
Much better game. But yeah, that is AI Limit. The next game. So I don't know if you know about TimTim.
Yeah.
That is a Pokemon clone competitor, whatever you want to call it.
Mhm.
Compared to Power World, this is definitely a clone where Power World did a lot to differentiate itself from it. This one was just like, nah, bar for bar, we taking all of that shit. So this is actually a spin-off that tries a different genre using the TimTims, or the Pokemons, if you will, from the original game.
Mhm.
And it is trying its hand at a Vampire Survivors like. So, as all Survivor games, there are really no button presses. You just move. Oh, sorry. It's called TimTim Swarm. I forgot to actually say the name. TimTim
So it's a
Swarm.
sequel to TimTim.
Not really a sequel, more of a spin-off, because they're
Okay.
doing a entirely different gameplay style. So you start off with, at least in this demo, you have one TimTim, which is the water starter,
Mhm.
and like Vampire Survivors, you just move the analog and the attack will auto attack for you, and you're getting swarmed by mobs and mobs of enemies with a timer that is going up, and you have to, at least in Vampire Survivors, you have to make it to 30 minutes, and then that's when your run ends. So I'm not sure what the time limit was here, but as you level up, you get different abilities that you can use that'll be able to take out more enemies at a time, and you can get stat increases for defense or attack, movement speed, all of that. And then they did show that you can unlock more characters, more TimTim to use that'll have different abilities and different starters. So it's everything you expect from a Vampire Survivors type game, but it doesn't really do anything to improve the genre, or it doesn't really do anything special. If you like Vampire Survivors, and if Vampire Survivors is the only other type of survivor game that you played, I can see you liking this, especially if you're a fan of TimTim. I could see someone like that liking this game, but as someone who has played a shit ton of Survivor clones, this one really doesn't do anything special except having a pretty good art style and being 3D and looking really good instead of like being a pixel indie looking game. So yeah, okay, it's nothing special, but I can see it having an audience.
Got it.
All right, now we're gonna get into the games that I really enjoyed. So the first one right here. So this is a game that I hadn't heard about before. I just saw it in the For You section. It looked pretty cool. I was like, you know what? I'll give it a try.
Yeah.
And it is called The Precinct.
Okay.
And this is a police simulator, or I actually don't know if they're trying to go for like a whole campaign storyline, or if they're leaning more into like a simulation style. But there was a story element to it, at least in I'm guessing this is like the beginning of the game that they showed off. This is by Quali Games, and you start off as a new police officer who is the son of a legendary chief at the precinct that you are working at. And it has that kind of top-down GTA style camera angle, fully 3D. The lighting and the city actually looks pretty good for an indie game. Very dark and gritty. Voice acting is horrible. Sorry, like the voice acting is pretty bad. The dialogue between the officers is pretty bad as well. If you're here for the story, I wouldn't recommend. But everything picks up once you actually get into the gameplay. Oh, also the cutscenes. It's pictures. It's a picture book. So if you're looking for like detailed cutscenes of what's happening, no, you just get a little pop up of whoever's talking, and some text with the voice acting. But yeah, so everything picks up once you get into the gameplay, and it's your first day. You go out with one of the officers, and isometric style gameplay, and you can interact with the people around you. You can talk, and once you go out into the city, you can get into the police car, and you can drive around. It's not like on rails or anything, so you have full control of the vehicle, which is pretty cool because I instantly ran over somebody on my first day. First day on the job as a cop, and accidentally did a little hit and run.
Yeah.
So yeah, and there's actually a lot of NPCs on the like around the city and on the screen at once, as much as you would expect from like GTA 5. So that was pretty cool, like just seeing all the NPCs interacting with each other, and it actually feels like the world is alive because of that. So the first thing happens, you're doing your little run with the cop that you're shadowing. Y'all getting hot dogs, and there are dialogue options at least, so there's some kind of element of choice when it comes to the dialogue, and so that's the one thing that I'm waiting to see, because I'm actually going to play a little bit more, because I want to see if I've always wanted a cop simulator where you can choose to be the good cop, or you can be Denzel Washington in Training Day. Like, I want to be able to be the dirtiest of dirty cops, or like the most upstanding cop out there. So I'm hoping that this game does that, because they do give you dialogue options where you can come off more friendly, or you can be a dick. And then they also have so yeah, I'll get to that. So yeah, you're getting a hot dog, then you get the call that someone's robbing a bank, and then you drive over there. You can turn on your siren at any time and just drive through the city. The cars will actually move over for you. So they actually put in a lot of work into the AI, and it feels like if we got a like GTA Chinatown Wars today, like as far as the AI, the world, how the NPCs react to you and stuff. I was like, okay, like they actually put some effort into this for sure. So then you get to the bank that's being robbed, and full on gun, like full on shootout. Oh yeah, you could also do the little slide across the hood of the car. That's always cool. So yeah.
Okay.
The shooting gameplay is fine. It's not the greatest, but it does have like a cover system, and you'll be shooting at the enemies while they're in cover. You have to kind of wait for them to come out of cover and then shoot at them. You don't have infinite ammo, so you do have you have to kind of shoot correctly. You don't want to waste all of your bullets and then not have any bullets. So we're in a shootout. I'm taking out the enemies, and then there's an enemy who surrenders, and he's like, "Don't shoot," but you can still shoot him. And I'm guessing that's where like the bad cop stuff comes in. Like, do you just shoot him even though he surrendered, or do you actually try to apprehend him? So I apprehended him. I arrested him while all of his other friends died because they did not surrender. But then when one of them or two of them get away in the getaway car, and then you go into a full police chase, and you're driving through the city chasing down this car, and you can shoot at them while you're driving as well. And you have like this meter that's going up, and it kind of reminds me of Need for Speed, like Hot Pursuit, where you'll when you're a cop, you'll build up this meter, and then you're able to do different things like deploy backup cars, or you can set up spike strips to cut off the enemy, like pop their tires. But the AI was actually pretty smart.
Okay.
Because I deployed the spike strips. They saw it because like it was a straight shot, and they saw it and they stopped, and then they turned before they hit the spike strips. My dumbass kept going, and then I hit the spike strips, and then I was just out of there. I was like, fuck. So I restart this this chase like 3 times before I finally did it. And you can get a helicopter backup. So I was like, okay, they actually had some really cool mechanics when it comes to the chase and all of that. So I was like, okay, like they are actually cooking it. It seems like this could be a cool game. If they keep the price like $30 under, I think this would be a really good pickup. So yeah, this game was actually really cool and unique, and I've wanted some like a police simulator. Obviously I would have liked for it to be like a true crime GTA, like full on 3D, but I think this style works really well as well. And it seems like they have a lot of cool ideas in here as well. So the Precinct, that is an actual on the radar for y'all. All right.
Okay.
The next game is definitely more of a me game, you know, but I couldn't not let y'all know about the latest visual novel.
Yeah.
So normally I wouldn't even, I wouldn't put this on the podcast, but this visual novel actually had some really cool ideas, and it's kind of meta, and I think a lot of people would like it. It has some Doki Doki Literature Club vibes. I don't know if they're gonna go full horror, but it's definitely giving me some, like, there's something off about this game, like this world, the characters, and something's gonna happen that's gonna be surprising. So the game is called I Want to Be a Game Dev.
Okay.
And you are actually, okay, this game is all over the place. It is so weird because it seems like it's anime Japanese style characters. It really goes into the anime aesthetics, and they'll have characters who have like really Japanese names, and then you'll have a random character named Chloe, and or you'll have like this American ass character, or I'm like, but it's if like it seems okay. This is not like you can tell that this game was not made by a Japanese team. It feels very Western, but using anime style.
Hmm.
Yeah, so they have like characters named Amelia and Alexis and Chloe, but then you'll have like full Japanese sounding names like Emi, Sato, and things like that.
Hmm.
And the writing is not anime, right? Like not Japanese writing style at all.
Hmm.
They go like fully into American sounding dialogue where you like they'll literally say shit like poggers and no cap and all types of shit like that. But like the writing in this game is fucking hilarious because you have these like when you see anime aesthetic, you like expect a certain type of writing style and how the characters act, but all of the characters act like and they talk like what Westerners talk like and they act like, and it's very different from a lot of other visual novels. And there's a meta-ness to it where they kind of make fun of weebs and otaku, or like the
Otaku culture.
yeah like that, but like the American side of like
Mm.
how y'all like how people view Japanese culture, like they basically call it me out Don
Yeah.
Otaku, like they're and then they make all these jokes about like Americans and like how Americans look at anime and Japanese culture and shit, and like how not true it is compared to at least like the really weeb. See, I'm not a weeb. I'm an otaku. I'm cultured. Um, but yeah, all of the characters are just weird, and they all have very off personalities, and they have a lot of hilarious dialogue. There's a guy named Felix Beaumont who is literally like the weeb where he's just throwing in random Japanese words, and he runs off with his arms behind his back. What like full on weave, and basically you have to start a club. It's a game dev club where you and 5 other students are gonna be making a game together, and I really can't explain it. It's really something that you would have to try, because the way that the like it's something that you have to actually see the dialogue. And one of the other cool things about this is it's an open world, or I wouldn't say open world. It has that Persona kind of gameplay where you go out into the city during the day and you can spend time with the different characters, and basically like you can kind of focus on doing like, oh, I'm just gonna talk to this one character, or like I'm gonna go out and just do like go to the arcade and you level up your stats. You have to worry about studying, um, and then you have to work on the game as well. So you have to improve your stats so that you can improve the game, and talking to certain people will improve certain aspects of the game. And So there's a whole RPG element to it where you have to work on making the best game possible, but also you have to like you have all these different people that you can build relationships with as well. And the cool thing is that it has this voxel art style, not as blocky as Minecraft, but it has a 3D pixel art style backgrounds, and you're like moving through the world and you see the NPCs and they're like pixelated, but once you walk up to them you get like the full HD sprite for them, and it's really weird, but it's a really cool art style that I've never seen before. But yeah, this game is something you have to try, honestly. Like if you like Persona, if you like Doki Doki Literature Club, things like that, Ace Attorney, all of those types of games, I think you should try this one out, because I feel like they're going somewhere that's just gonna be left, just like Doki Doki Literature Club. And I feel like this is gonna be one of those popular stream games where, like, because there's gonna be something surprising by the end of it that's gonna throw everybody off. I can feel it, just how the game starts and how the characters act. I'm like, yeah, they're gonna do some crazy shit in this game by the end of it. So yeah, this one is definitely on my radar. All right, I have two more, I believe. Where? Oh, okay. All right, these two are actually two games that I was very excited about before, and seeing that they had demos, I was like, fuck yeah. And I finally got to put the game that I've been looking forward to the test. And one of them exceeded my expectations, and one of them slightly didn't meet my expectations, but I would still say it has a lot of potential and is a really fun game. So the first game, let me make sure this is the right clip. Yeah, this one. All right. The first game is Overthrown, and this game is an indie city builder survival. Not really. I wouldn't call it a survival game at all. It's more of a city builder with some Zelda-like mechanics, but they take the gameplay to a whole nother level. So I would describe it as like Zelda meets Minecraft meets I can't think of any city builders that I would put it with, but it's a city builder version of Zelda and Minecraft with some very unique gameplay mechanics as far as the traversal, the combat, and how you actually build your city as well. So on paper, this game just sounded already up my alley. It's a city builder. There's some farming. There's resource management and basically commanding the town folk to do certain jobs so you can collect resources and then using those resources to keep leveling up your town. And there are enemies around the world, monsters around the world, and then there is an impending force. Like they're basically they tell you like, hey, in 72 hours, there's gonna be a raid on your town, and you have to prepare for that raid. So you're basically like, okay, that's your first objective. Work towards like defenses and building up your town and creating an army with the townsfolk so that they can fight off the army and all of this stuff. So first I'm gonna talk about the core game mechanics, because this is what drew me to the game. It's rare that you play a game with like a very unique gameplay, like very unique gameplay mechanics, but then also like you get the controller and you just start pressing buttons. You just start like getting the feel of it, and you're just like, oh, like, ooh, just doing the run, like just running around the world and doing the slide jump and drifting, and then seeing like what attacks you can do from the sprint. You can pick up anything, any building, regardless of size, and just throw it. Hence the name Overthrown. A lot of the mechanics have to do with you just picking up like buildings, trees, with no matter what the size, you just pick it up like it's nothing, and you can just run off with it, or you can just throw it across the map like it was a rock. And that kind of leads into a lot of the fun in the game, because it's one of those games where the mechanics are just, the base mechanics are so good that you can find fun without even having an objective. I was like the first 20 30 minutes, I didn't do a single objective. I literally just ran around the world finding things to fight, just running around. I'm running through trees and then knocking them over. It's kind of like it has that Sonic feel of speed where you're just going through the level, but like you're crashing through everything and you're just knocking over everything when you run into it. It's so fun. And then you just keep learning new mechanics that are just there. They don't explain it to you, but I was just messing around with stuff, and then I'll be like, oh shit, I can do that. And they have like if you pull out your shovel, you can do the Shovel Knight bounce, where you play Shovel Knight, right? Yeah, so you can do like the pogo, kind of like DuckTales, where you can pogo with the shovel, and like you'll dig. That's how you dig, where you'll just like dig holes, just doing the pogo jump with the shovel. And then if you have your sword and you spin the left stick, you'll start twirling with the sword. And then if you jump, you can float.
Okay.
So there's so many mechanics like that, and they'll kind of let you like do different attacks depending on if you're doing a regular run or a full-on sprint. And each weapon feels completely different to fight with. And yeah, so core mechanics of this game, I was already like, I'm sold just off of that. I don't like that. And then it was me and Spitta. We were playing co-op later on, and he's not really into the whole like building and crafting mechanics and all that stuff, but just the core mechanics, he was like, okay, yeah, I'm sold on this game. By the way, this game, no, I forgot, this isn't the one that comes out soon. I forgot when this one comes out. I think it is like 2024. It just doesn't have a date. So playing the game, I was like, okay, yeah, the mechanics live up to the trailers and stuff that I've seen. What let me down was the actual town management and crafting and resource management part of the game. Now, I think most of this is just because there's no tutorial, and it does not do a good job of explaining how to gain resources or how to get your townspeople to do certain tasks or do certain jobs. It's hard to figure out how to, because your townspeople, they'll just start working. Like you'll put down a sawmill, and then one of your workers will be like, okay, I'm the person who works at the sawmill. You put down an inn, they're like, okay, I work at the inn. And it just randomly happens. But I'm over here trying to assign them to do, because I have 3 villagers and I have 6 different buildings. I'm like, okay, I don't need you working here. I need you working here. And they're like, I couldn't find how to do that. And then my workers are just they're just laid out on the ground outside. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with them? They're saying they're exhausted. I'm like, how do I let you take a break? Like, I don't know how to do anything in this game. And they give you all these tasks because they're like, yeah, the raid is coming in 2 days. You need to build a farm. You need to dig holes, but you have to learn how to excavate before you can learn how to dig holes. And you need research to do this, but they don't tell you how to get more resource. Like you get research points just idly while the game is playing, and there's supposed to be a way to gain more research points faster, but they didn't tell me how. I don't know how. They just say, yeah, research this, build some, or like build a moat around your base and hire some soldiers. I'm like, I don't know how to do 80% of this shit. And then the raid rolls around and me and Spitta are solo dolo protecting the villagers against, well, it was literally like 5 enemies, but I'm guessing it starts off with like a light number, and then it starts to grow when the later raids. So I'm over here like, bro, I don't know how to do anything except for the core mechanics of running, picking shit up, and building. The main menu is not intuitive at all. Half of the things, there's a lot that you can like look at, but not like most of the things you can't actually click on and like do something with. It's a lot of information and nothing is actually usable. And I was like, yeah. Also, this game crashed on me like 4 times in the hour and a half that I played it. And at one point it just wouldn't start for me, and I had to restart my PC to get it to work. So it's also a little buggy, at least on my end. I don't know, because Spitta, he has a weaker computer than me, and he didn't have any issues.
You calling
So-
him out or what? No. I'm just kidding.
But yeah, this game has a lot of potential. I'm hoping that when the full game comes out, they have an actual in-depth tutorial for the actual management parts. But man, these fucking gameplay mechanics are so top tier that alone has me like I'm getting this game day one. So yeah, that is Overthrown.
Okay.
All right, the final game on the radar. This game exceeded every expectation that I had, and I was already sold on this game because of who made it. This is made by Motion Twin. If you don't know who Motion Twin is, they made one of the greatest indie games and one of the greatest live service games, because they have updated this fucking game so much over like 5-6 years, and that game is that is not the one I want to show. And that game is Windblown. So this is by the creators of Dead Cells. If you know Dead Cells, that is a roguelike Metroidvania, and it really gets that roguelike, like it is one of the best roguelikes out. But they also managed to keep all of the mechanics that you expect in a Metroidvania, where you'll get permanent upgrades that let you go places that you weren't able to go before, unlock doors that you, or like unlock paths that you weren't able to go through before. But every time you die, you get a new randomized area. But they still fit that Metroidvania element into these randomized stages as well. I don't know how they pull it off, but they do such a good job with it. And it's a very unique game. The gameplay of Dead Cells is A1. The combat, there's a storyline and a little mystery there where you are a soul that I believe you don't remember who you are, and you're kind of trying to figure out who you are, and you're going through all of these different levels, fighting to figure out who you are, but there's also like a mystery that you're uncovering at the same time, which leads to the answers that you were looking for who you are as well. And it is a really dope game. If you haven't played it, it is a must play. There is so much DLC from Castlevania collabs. I believe was that the one that had an Ori collab? I know it's collabed with of other indie games and Castlevania, and they just updated that game to oblivion. There is so much content.
Damn, yeah, this list is huge. It has Mortal Kombat, Dark Souls, Firewatch, Nier,
Yeah.
Zelda even. Okay.
So yeah, the Twin Motion, they gained a name for that one game. I believe that was at least their first really big release. So at the Summer Game Fest, I believe, either Summer Game Fest or the Game Awards, one of those, they announced Windblown, their next game, and it is an isometric roguelike Hades style, with the very stylish, kind of almost cell shaded but not too cell shaded kind of art style. And they start off the trailer with this really cool 2D animated scene. Let me pull that up actually. So they had these very gruesome 2D animated scenes for the trailer, and you're playing as these animal furries. Basically, you play as a bunch of furries, and you just see these three kids. They're going on their first quest, and then they just get decimated. It's just a bloody mess. They're getting bodied, and then they like every time they die, they revive, and then they go back to like the teacher, and the teacher's like teaching them different things, and they go back, and then it shows the gameplay. This is a co-op game, by the way, 3-player co-op.
Okay.
So that you already know. I was already sold when I saw that.
Yup.
So 3-player co-op, Hades like, and yeah, the trailer I saw basically sold me on the game, but when I actually played it and got it in my hands, it was better than I ever would have expected it. It feels so good to play. Just like the demo with really no abilities. You got like two different. I've played like 3 different weapons, but it just feels so good to play, and it has this dash mechanic. You have an infinite amount of dashes, but it's like a slight cooldown. But you also use that for traversal. So instead of there being a jump button, you basically dash from these floating platforms. And the way that you kind of like when you have a bunch of floating platforms in succession, you just keep dashing, and you just do this little, and it just looks so cool, and it feels so good to do. And as a roguelike, you'll pick up different weapons and different rewards that give you stat boosts, and they power you up so that you can fight stronger enemies as you go through the stage. Once you die, you go back to the base, where you can get permanent upgrades and unlock different abilities. A lot of it feels kind of like Dead Cells. It even has some weapons that feel like other weapons from Dead Cells. But when I was playing this, and I thought I would never like save this, I was like, I barely even played the game. I played like 2 hours of it, and I was like, bro, I think this shit might dethrone Hades.
Okay.
And although Hades isn't in my top 10, Hades is 100% in my like top 20, maybe top 15. Like it is up there for me. Hades is one of the greatest games I've ever played. I didn't do all 10 completions to get like the real ending, but I've beaten it at least 3 times, like 3 runs of it. So you start off very basic abilities. You have a big great sword, and then you gain you gain these throwing knives that you can use. And there's also a mechanic that you damage the enemies if you dodge at the right time. So and you have to dodge you dodge towards them and then you damage them if you do it at the right time. That mechanic is pretty cool, and it becomes useful, especially when you're fighting big ass bosses that do a shit ton of damage. Whenever you defeat like one of the mini bosses through the stage, you usually get a gift, kind of like Hades, that'll be like from the gods. Um, so you'll get to pick like between 3 different abilities or stat boost or whatever it is. And unlike Hades, because Hades you actually just you pick the weapon at the beginning and then you're kind of like stuck with that weapon throughout the whole run. In this one, you are always finding different weapons that you can kind of exchange as you see fit. You'll be like, oh, I don't want to have a great sword that's big and slow. Let me get these dual knives, these dual daggers that are more fast, and then they have different abilities. So they'll have one that's like, okay, it's like the daggers they have their special ability where you are able to hold the attack button and then you will teleport behind the enemy and backstab them. So this works as a dodge. And so if you dodge at the, like if you do that and you dodge at the right time, you actually do more damage. You do a crit. So if you time it right, you can get a bunch of crits on the enemy. And then they also have this mechanic. So every weapon has a ability that you get when you hold the button, and you'll have 2 weapons at once. So you'll have a button that's set to X, or sorry, you'll have a weapon that's set to X and a weapon that's set to Y. And you basically will switch between them. And you can do combos with each weapon. So every weapon has its own like combo ability when you pair it with a different weapon. So if you have a great sword and a dagger, you'll be comboing with your daggers, and then a symbol will pop up, and that's your it'll basically be like, this is how, if you switch to your other weapon at this, like when that symbol pops up, then you'll do a special attack that only that combination, those 2 weapons, they have their own little combination. But if you say have the great sword and a crossbow, then you'll do a completely different attack. And just seeing like the combinations of each weapon and how like you can use them, and they have such differing types of attacks. Like the one for the great sword and a crossbow, and it is also you actually get a different ability depending on if you start off with the crossbow and switch to the great sword, or you start off with the great sword and switch to the crossbow. So like that mechanic they put so much effort into, because there was like some cool ones, like when I'm using the crossbow and then I combo into the great sword, it'll give me this, like it just does these flashy ass attacks, and some of them will be longer lasting. Some of them will like improve your abilities, like, or it'll like give you armor, or some of them will literally give you an attack that like it's a continuous attack that you're moving, you're not attacking, but it's still like the attack is still going and it attacks everything in front of you. The mechanics are so well thought out. The traversal, which for an isometric game like this, you usually don't think about traversal. Like when you're playing Hades, traversal is the last thing that you're really thinking about. But this game had somehow managed to make traversing through these levels super fun. And there are hidden paths throughout the levels as well. There's times where you can go behind a waterfall and you'll find treasure there, or you'll be able to go to a secret fight that they like a hidden fight with either a wave of enemies or a boss, and that makes like actually exploring the levels and just be like, oh, let me go down this path, let me see what's over here. And yeah, this game is now one of my most anticipated games of the year, because I actually didn't know that this game was coming out this year. And even better, when I looked on Steam, because I was telling Spitta about this, because he was also excited about this game when we saw it at the Summer Game Fest or Game Awards. I was like, and I was telling him about how good the game was, like actually playing it. He was like, "Oh yeah, I remember this, and like I wanted. This is one of the games that I definitely wanted." So I'm like, "Yeah, bro." I was like, "Let me see what the release date is." I went on Steam.
I think it's an early access, right?
Yeah, early access. It's gonna be early access, but the release date is October 24th.
Okay.
I was like, "Bro, it's that soon?" I was like, "Yo, it's like having a game that I just played the demo for, and I got so much more hype for it, and then realizing that I didn't even have to wait that long for it, 8 days." I was like, "Bro, this is amazing. I love the fact that I don't actually have to wait for this shit." And then the second thought was, fuck, Call of Duty comes out the day after. So I guess that's what I'm gonna be juggling between. But yeah, this game is amazing. When the full release comes out, I can see this easily getting 90 pluses, like hitting those Hades numbers. Bro, like I think this could surpass Hades. The co-op, the traversal, the different, like being able to use 2 weapons at once, and they link together. Like every weapon links in a different way than if you were to choose another combo weapons. Like, it is so well thought out and well designed, and the combat is just as flashy and fun as Hades. You have I think there's a special meter also kind of like Hades. So there's a lot of inspirations from Hades, but they go further than what Hades does. Like that TMNT game, Splintered Fate, that's just straight up Hades. They didn't try to do anything new. They just said Hades works, we're just gonna copy that, put the TMNT skin and call it a day. And really, a lot of these isometric roguelikes have been that ever since Hades came out. But this is the first one that I've seen where they said, yeah, Hades was cool, but you know, we gonna put some garnishes on top that y'all wasn't ready for. We gonna season this bitch a whole different way. So yeah, this is now my most anticipated for the rest of 2024. And that is a very long on the radar.
Yup.
Steam Next Best Edition.
Okay. You didn't check out Delta Force?
Oh shit! I did. I forgot. I forgot to even put that on the list. That was the one I
was hoping that you did.
I have gameplay for it too.
Okay, sick.
All right, I'll make this one quick, but let me put the gameplay on the screen. So, yeah, thank you for reminding me, because I completely forgot to add that onto the list. Where is? Here it is. All right, so like I said, thank you for reminding me.
Of course.
Because I did play Delta Force, the multiplayer demo that they were having. And if you don't know what Delta Force is, it is actually an old IP that's being rebooted into basically a Battlefield competitor. I think this gameplay did not record correctly. That's why I forgot about it. For whatever reason, the screen, like you can see the UI and you can see but you can't see the game. It's just a black.
Okay. Yeah.
So I think that's why I kind of forgot when I was looking for the gameplay. So I don't have actual gameplay, sadly.
It's all good.
I can
It's
put
all
some
good.
on the screen though. So yeah, this is an old IP that has been modernized, and it is basically wait, was that working gameplay? Hold on. No. Okay, it is basically Battlefield. There's land, air, and sea vehicles, lots of shit going on, destructible environments. The mode that I was playing was basically, it wasn't Conquest. I forgot what the mode is called, but you were basically defending against it was like Rush from Battlefield, but like big team Rush, big time Rush. And you're defending from the attackers who are basically trying to take over each base in succession, and if they take over all of the bases before the time runs out, then they win, and if you defend them until the time runs out, you win. So we were the defenders. I only played one match, but I went 19-6, just letting y'all know. And it felt like Battlefield. It felt like good Battlefield. I can say that. Now, the only thing that I didn't have any fun playing this because it was on keyboard and mouse. There was no controller support.
Oh, there's always that asterisk with you, huh?
Oh, here's some working gameplay. So, I was running out there. I just hate like running with shift and then trying to like my hands all crippled trying to hit each key and run with shift at the same time. And I'm like, bro, I don't got time for that shit. Y'all trying to give me carpal tunnel. Arthritis. I don't got time for that. So yeah. I'm dying. Like I got like 2 kills on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So I loaded up into a tank with one of my crewmates, and then from there I literally spent 80% of the game in that turret, bodying everybody. And we had a repair team that was just going ham because we were like getting blown up, but we were getting like the repairs were happening faster than the enemies could kill us. So we were in that tank for 80% of the game. Mm-hmm. And we were all at the top of the leader. Like everyone in that tank was at the top of the leaderboard at the end of the match. So I'm just in the turret the whole time, just blasting everybody on foot, shooting helicopters out the sky, shooting at the other vehicles, like the lighter vehicles, and then like we were unstoppable. Were they were not able to take over the bases because we literally held that shit down the whole time, and we ended up winning. So I literally didn't get out of that vehicle until the very we died. Like they finally blew up our vehicle right before the end of the game, and then so I really had no fun. I was just I was just aiming the turret and just shooting, and I was like, yeah, I need a controller to actually judge how much fun this would be. But the graphics, the environments, the explosions, the destructible environment, like everything looked cool as fuck. Everything seemed like, oh yeah, this is what I expected Battlefield 2042 to be like. Although they do the same thing as new Battlefield, where you can't just like find a tank and then get into it. It's like you have to deploy into it from the respawn. So I wish they would have went more classic Battlefield, but if you hated 2042 and you just want some Battlefield fix, I think this is the game for you, because it does everything that you would expect from Battlefield. The gunplay feels good. The TTK is about what you'd expect from Battlefield. A little higher than Call of Duty, but not ridiculous. So yeah, the maps were super big and vast, and you can respawn on teammates or you can respawn at the bases. So yeah, this is Battlefield bar for bar. If that's what you want, Delta Force is 100% for you. All right. Did you download it at it? No.
No, I've just seen it, but it looks good though. Like it looks like it's very Battlefield-esque. The only game that I've played recently that's kind of a lot like Battlefield is a game called BattleBit Remastered.
Also,
But
no controller support.
no controller support. Yeah. But yeah, no, I haven't tried it out. But it looks interesting though. It caught my eye for sure.
But yeah, I'm glad you reminded me, because it's actually a pretty good revival of a very old IP.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, let's get into some news.
Yes, sir. You're not gonna ask me what's on my radar?
Oh yeah, my bad. I ain't gonna. Look, I took over the whole segment. Damn.
You're good.
Yeah, man.
You're good.
What's on your radar?
Okay, so it's a little known game that's coming out later this month. I don't know if it's coming out on the same day as Call of Duty, but Dragon Age: The Veilguard. You know, it's gonna be a big one, especially because it's probably gonna determine BioWare's future in this industry, and I hope it doesn't fail. But the second one that I have is a game that's coming out next month. Since the two most anticipated games that I had were from November were both delayed in Assassin's Creed Shadows and Avowed, I needed to kind of pivot and figure out another game that I'm kind of looking forward to next month. And I want to talk a little bit about Mario and Luigi Brothership. Actually, yeah, that game actually looks. I like the art style. It's looking cel shaded. I love I don't know how to describe it, but I say like active turn based, where it's like you pick or you and the opposing side, you know, take turns attacking and defending. But when you pick an attack, you can amplify it by pressing an input like on a how do I say this? Like timing your inputs correctly can amplify your attacks.
It's like with every attack, you have a QTE that amplifies the attack, and also on the defense, you can hit a QTE to either lower the damage or dodge the attack altogether.
Yeah, and I love that, and I love how games are starting to implement that more, like with the Yakuza series, like a Dragon and Infinite Wealth is like that. A game that came out last year, Sea of Stars, is like that. And of course, the one that kind of started it was Paper Mario, right?
Yep.
But
or I would say Legend of Dragoon. Actually, I don't know which one came out first. Was it Paper Mario?
I never played.
Legend
I never
of
played Legend of Dragoon, so I didn't know that actually. But yeah, no, it looks good. The only thing that I am curious about is I don't know who's developing this game, because I've seen that there's rumors that ILCA, the developer of Samland, is making this one. So that'd be interesting. But it looks good though. It looks really interesting, and I love like the charm and the just like the playful nature of like the Mario and Luigi RPG series. But yeah, I'm excited for that.
They're going for, I like that they're going for the style that they've used on the cover art of Mario and Luigi, but in game, obviously on GBA and DS, they weren't really able to translate that style. But since the Switch release, you have a HD console, they actually emulated those cover arts perfectly, and I love that they did that, because there are no Mario games that look like that.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, that game looks good, and I think this one's out already, but Mario Party Jamboree, apparently it's supposed to be actually good.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, Nintendo, man, shout out to Nintendo.
Look, if I've already betrayed my friends with the last two Mario parties, so I can't convince them to buy this one too. So
yeah.
RIP me, I'm not getting a new one.
Yeah.
So Super Mario Party was the first one that released on the Switch, and I was like, bro, we're getting this, let's fucking go. And then there was no real online, like there was really no way to play online on Super Mario Party. So, we chalked it up to Super Mario, or no, Mario Party Superstars came out then. Also, Super Mario Party sucked. That was a terrible Mario Party. I hated it. So Mario Party Superstars, they redid the top 100 games. They redid the maps. It was like perfect. Okay, and it had fully online playable. You can play the entire board. So I was like, yes, this is the game that we wanted. Everybody bought it. I was like, hell yeah, we gonna play this shit. And I played that shit with them like 2 times. And ever since then, they're like, now when Jamboree got announced, I was like, bro, we gotta get this whole. They got a battle royale mode. They made that whole like Fall Guys, and it's all new mini games, all new maps, bro. They like, hell nah. I'm like, bro, but I'm for real this time. I'm gonna play it. But yeah. Sure. They don't believe me.
Yeah. No, Mario Party definitely ruins some friendships for sure. But it's fun though. I love the mini games in Mario Parties, especially the ones that I've played, because I haven't played most of the GameCube ones, but I did play a couple of the Wii ones, and those mini games had a ton of waggle. So I remember those, but yeah, man, I shout out to Nintendo, man. They freaking announce games, they release them within like 3-4 months, dude. I love that. I love that they do that.
Yeah, Mario Party as a kid, bro. When I say hands used to get thrown over Mario Party, if any controllers was getting thrown, it was getting thrown at somebody's face, and then we were fighting. Like me, my brother, my cousins, we would have the N64 banned because it would become a brawl every time. As soon as that crane game, or no, chance time. As soon as you see that chance time, and then your cousin or your brother steals like 5 stars from you while you was in the lead, like, nah, you can't let that shit slide. I think Mario Party caused more violence due to video games than GTA or any other Mortal Kombat. All those games that the government was trying to say was causing violence in children. It was none of those. It was Mario Party every time, bro.
Yep.
So yeah, good thing I calmed down.
For sure.
Actually, I do want to add one game really quick.
Yeah.
Since you were just talking about active turn-based battle systems,
Okay.
we just got a new trailer for one of my most anticipated games of next year, and that is Clair Obscure 30 Expedition 33. And that it literally just looks like it looks like the spiritual successor to like a Lost Odyssey. Like, it's a Western studio, but they pulled off the JRPG style and mechanics so well. They have the active turn-based battle system where you can dodge, parry, you can lengthen your attacks by pressing the buttons at the right time. The art style looks amazing. The voice cast, did you see the cast that they have? Andy Serkis, Charlie Cox, bro, like they went all in on this fucking voice cast. I don't know where they got the money for this game, but they got some fucking money for this game.
I think Xbox is helping fund this, no?
I mean, if they were funding it, it should have been exclusive, but I mean, they are funding it because it's in Game Pass, so that is funding in and of itself.
Yeah.
But yeah, this game looks amazing.
Yeah.
Definitely one of the most anticipated games of next year, and the biggest surprise announcement from that Xbox showcase in June. But yeah, had to throw that out there. All right, for real this time, let's get into some news. Oops. Okay. First piece of news. Bandai Namco. They in some shit, bruh. They in some shit. So this is summarized from Genki. And he says, Bandai Namco has reportedly canceled many titles, including games featuring One Piece and Naruto licenses, as well as a contract project with Nintendo. It is also reportedly taking a traditionally Japanese approach to reducing staff and sending workers to rooms where they are given nothing to do, putting pressure on them to leave voluntarily, leading to almost 100 resignations, according to Bloomberg. So this was reported by Bloomberg originally, and the canceled Naruto and One Piece games, who cares? We have enough of those. No one cares. And they're all mostly bad. The last couple One Piece games, okay, they've been cooking. The Naruto games, y'all can like cut that shit out, bruh. The one that I am upset about is the contracted Nintendo project. And that's because I know one game that Bandai Namco was working on with Nintendo. And if that is the game that got canceled, I will be furious because that is the that is one of my most anticipated rumored Nintendo games because it's a game I have been hoping for, a remake that I've been hoping for from the first time I played this game, and I was like, this game is a 10 out of 10 that is made a 7 out of 10 because of the hardware that it is on. And I've always hoped that it would get ported to the Switch, where you have dual analogs and you can, like, graphically, like, it was one of the best looking games on the 3DS. And graphically, I had no issues. It was only the controls, because you definitely needed that second analog stick. And even when the 3DS added the C stick with the new 3DS, they never implemented it into the fucking game. So you would use the touchscreen to look. And it was the most uncomfortable. It was the most uncomfortable game that I've played on the 3DS. I would actually rather play mouse and keyboard than play that. But the game was so good that I put up with it. And that game is Kid Icarus Uprising. That game is literally one of the best games on the 3DS. It did not. If it was on any other system, it would have been perfect. Any system with a dual analog setup. So it's been rumored for a while that Bandai Namco was working on a remaster for Nintendo, bringing a one of their handheld games to the Switch. And Sakurai had his YouTube series where he would talk about game development and different things that he worked on, which literally just ended last week or this week, I think, because he's, working on the next Smash. He doesn't have time to be making YouTube videos anymore. But he commented when talking about the development of Kid Icarus Uprising. He was like, it would be great if someone was working on a remaster or like a port to modern consoles. And he like did like the wink wink nudge. Like, so the rumors have been pointing to us getting a like remaster Switch port of Kid Icarus Uprising, and hopefully a new Kid Icarus game as well. And every Nintendo Direct, I've been looking for that Kid Icarus remake, remaster, whatever they want to call it, with the dual analog support, because that's really all that game needed to shine. And it would be one of the best games on the Switch, just like that. Because that game was incredible. It was a mix of Star Fox with, I don't even know how to like it was like in-air combat was like Star Fox. Yeah. Then you would land on the ground and it would become like a action game where you're just running around running through the stages. It's like a third-person shooter with also melee combat. It was very unique, but it was Sakurai, but it was made by Sakurai. One of the few games he's made outside of Smash since Smash started.
Yep.
And the game was near perfect. Oh, and then the multiplayer, bro. The multiplayer in this game had no right to be as good as it was, bro. Like that, the multiplayer was so good. It was like 4v4 objective based. Like there were some objective modes, but they also had like team deathmatch kind of mode, and you would be able to become like you would basically have like a smash ball where you would become either Pit or Dark Pit or one of the like main characters, and then you're just able to body everybody easily. And they did such a good job with this game. This was, as someone who loves Star Fox, this was like, oh, because of this, I'm like, since Star Fox has just been bad for like the last decade, this made up for the lack of Star Fox, because this was a perfect Star Fox game. And it did the one thing I've always wanted Star Fox to do. Go from air combat to the on-ground combat. Assault was like the last one that they attempted it, and it actually did a pretty good job. But this one perfected it. Just that damn camera. Terrible. So yeah. I've wanted a remake for this for so long. Remastered, just a port, I don't care. Just put it on the Switch. And if that's the game that got canceled, Bandai, it's a wrap for you. First Metroid Prime 4, y'all fucked it up and made the development longer. And now y'all fucking up my Kid Icarus port. It's a port. Y'all didn't have to do anything. How do you fuck this up? But yeah, how are you feeling about the cancellations, the style of layoffs, which is actually pretty common in Japan because they're not able to just fire people like America, where they can just say, "Hey, you're fired. Get out of here." All 1,000 of you guys.
Yeah, this is tough because they're coming off of a pretty big hit in Dragon Ball, right?
Yep.
And
then last year, Elden Ring plus the Elden Ring DLC. So.
And plus all the license stuff they do, and they also are they also in charge of like Tales of and stuff like that?
Tales of.
Yeah, dude.
See, that's what they need. That's what they lacking on. They need that new Tales of game to get their money back up.
Yeah. Man, this is tough. This is tough. But yeah, I personally don't I don't watch One Piece, so I have no ties to One Piece. Naruto, the only stuff that I've played for Naruto stuff is like the Storm games, and that well is completely wrung dry. So I don't need no more of that. But yeah, this Nintendo project is definitely disappointing for sure. And what do you think the odds are of this like canceled Nintendo project like being revealed, like either via like leaks or through like journalism? Like, what do you think?
I could definitely see it being leaked.
Okay.
I mean, we just got Game Freak hacked, so we're gonna go into that a little later. So nobody, Nintendo's been hacked. They've had leaks before, so I can see it coming. Maybe it won't be soon. Maybe it'll be when we've all forgotten about it, and then it's just like, oh, that was what they were working on.
Yeah.
Like later down the line. So yeah.
This is tough, man. This is tough. I don't like I said, I don't like seeing like cancellations. I don't like seeing layoffs. But But man, yeah, well that Nintendo game, dude, especially if it was Kid Icarus, man, that is really depressing. Because that is a game that is stranded on the 3DS and could definitely use some sort of or remake or remaster or something. But yeah, man, this is sad. More layoffs in the games industry. Who would have thought it?
No. There haven't been any layoffs at Bandai Namco. They, bro, they straight up bossing say that shit. They're like, huh, we haven't laid anyone off. They all resigned after we put them in a
Mm,
windowless room and told them to do nothing, just sit there, no phone, no computer, just sit in the room and then talk shit about them until they leave.
there is
That's
no
that's their
war in
that's their
Boston
way of
Say.
laying people off in Japan,
Yeah, yeah, I see. Yeah, that's fuck, man. That's shit. That's sad. That's tough,
bro.
man. Especially people that are, that could use work, that are talented and stuff. But yeah,
Hey,
man.
you know how I would be the most look is looked upon as dishonorable if you don't leave. Motherfucker, I'm gonna be the most dishonorable motherfucker out there because I'm gonna be in that room. I'm gonna be singing to myself. I'm gonna be like, "Oh, happy day," while I'm getting paid to do nothing. Bro. I will sleep. Y'all got me fucked up. I wish someone would say, "Go into this room and do nothing." Bro, I'm the master of doing nothing. Y'all got me fucked up. I'm gonna be sitting there. Bruh, I'm gonna be chilling. I'm gonna be sleep. I'm gonna be taking some naps. I'm gonna be, I'm gonna be writing
Yeah.
shit. You know, I can get some other shit done. Give me a pen and
Yeah.
paper. That's all I need. Like, y'all got me fucked up. I would have been in there taking them checks, taking checks home, feeding my family. Still, I ain't resigning for shit.
For sure.
But yeah, shout out to them though. Shout out to y'all resigning.
Yeah.
Do you look? Y'all gonna have to fire me. I'm gonna need my severance package. I ain't resigning for shit.
Hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm hoping this Nintendo project was something not Kid Icarus related. What if it was a Star Fox? What if it was F-Zero? I'm pretty sure
Ooh.
whatever it is, if it comes out, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be something that Nintendo fans are gonna be pissed about. Cause I mean they've helped on Mario Kart, they've helped on Smash, but as far as developing in-house games for Nintendo, oh they do some of the sports games. It could have. What if it was? What if it was Sluggers? Because Sluggers was rumored as well, and I don't think it would have been Next Level because
Yeah.
Next Level had just put out. Um, they had just put out the soccer one, Strikers. So I don't think, and the Sluggers game has been rumored for a while. I don't think Next Level would have been able to just go straight to Sluggers from Strikers. They would have needed at least 2-3 years. So maybe Bandai Namco was working on Sluggers while Next Level was working on Strikers. And maybe they canceled it. That's my hope because I don't care about baseball. So if anything's gonna get canceled, I would rather it be baseball.
Damn. But
But
yeah.
yeah, we'll either never know and forget about it, or we'll find out eventually. Next topic. So we got an update on a game that has been announced with a game that got announced when they hadn't even started working on it yet. Or at least they barely started working on it. It got announced in 2019 at the Xbox E3. We saw it again in 2020, no gameplay. And then they talked about how they were still concepting the game. They don't actually know what game they're making, but they've shown 2 trailers 2 years in a row. But yeah, they don't know what game they're making. They're just, they're just kind of going with the flow. And then we heard that the project got rebooted. They kind of started over, and we haven't heard anything since. But Jez Corden came through with the breaking, or I guess really not breaking news, but little scoop that he had where he's been hearing about Everwild. And Everwild is Rare's next game. The creators of Sea of Thieves and nothing else. Because this is a totally different Rare than the Rare that made Banjo and Conquer and Killer Instinct, all the games from back in the N64 era that we all know and love. Mm-hmm. This is basically a completely different team than that. And they made Sea of Thieves in 2018, right? 2018, I think so. Started off bare bones, but had potential, and they quickly realized that potential. And they were able to make the most successful game, like, from Xbox without it being purchased beforehand, or it was in development from start to finish under Xbox. That is the most successful game that they have made under Xbox.
Mm-hmm. I concur.
And it's a very, very successful, very lucrative live service game. There is no game like it, not even Skull and Bones. And it basically created a genre of its own. And from the sounds of it, it seems like they wanted to do the same thing with Everwild. Create a game in a genre. Basically create a completely new concept that hasn't been done before. And usually to pull off something like that, you do need a lot of time. And I trust them just because they've done it before with Sea of Thieves. So now, not everybody strikes twice in a row. So it was always a very risky project, but they had Sea of Thieves to kind of give them all the time in the world that they need, honestly, because they were making enough money where they didn't have to worry about Microsoft breathing on their necks like, when's that next game coming? Yep. Unlike 343, they didn't have that luxury.
Yeah.
So let me go ahead and read what we heard from Jez Corden. He says he is optimistic about Everwild's trajectory. Quote, I heard that development on Everwild is going well. They've nailed the gameplay loop now, and we should be seeing that in the future. He had a longer clip. Or I guess not a longer clip. It was literally the same thing. But yeah, it was just a quick tidbit that he said that it is progressing. A lot of people thought that Everwild was dead in the water, that it was just quietly canceled. But no, it looks like it is still alive and going strong, and we could be seeing it soon. Now, I was making a bet with myself that it between Contraband and Everwild, we would see Everwild first.
Mhm.
So it's looking like I'm gonna win that bet. But are you at all excited about Everwild from the little that we know about it? And do you think we're gonna see it next year?
For if I'm excited about it, I actually am. I really like the little bit that they showed of us, like the concept arts and stuff like that. Yeah, you know me, I love my little whimsical Ghibli magic shit. So of course I'm gonna be into that, like that type of stuff. Um, as for do I think it's gonna we potentially might see it next year, but I don't know, dude. I feel like Rare is such a wild card, you know? Like they've been like toiling away at this game for God knows how long. So I don't know, but I mean, hey, I'm always gonna be a proponent of letting the developers cook. So if as long as they cooking and as long as we know that they're cooking, that's all that really matters to me. But I'm excited for it though. I hope it's something cool and unique, kind of just like Sea of Thieves was, like a cool, unique idea.
Now, I will say that out of all of the studios, especially from Xbox, who have been given 5, 6, 7 years to develop their game, this is the one that I think deserves the time the most because it is trying to do something completely unique and never done before.
Hmm.
Hellblade 2 had 6 to 7 years of development, and it did the exact same thing that it did with the first game. I don't think they should have took that long with that game. But then again, I understand COVID, new studio, building up the team, all of that comes into play. But yeah, uh, 343 with Halo Infinite. Again, I don't. The engine obviously caused a lot of that, but Everwild, I can't blame. Like I can blame Ninja Theory for choosing what they chose to focus on with Hellblade 2, and I can blame Halo Infinite for the bad leadership where they were going for a hero shooter and then they kind of changed up to what eventually became Halo Infinite while also making all that damn noise. While also trying to create an engine alongside the game. I can blame them for that.
Yeah.
Everwild, they're literally just trying to perfect a new gameplay loop, a new concept.
Yup.
And it's a new IP. It's not a sequel. Every other studio is literally making a sequel, and they're get like no one has harassed. Like I feel like a lot of people really dog on Rare because of Everwild, because we got reports that should have never been reported. And honestly, if this game was never announced, we probably would have never got reports because no one would have been checking up on the game and its progress in the first place. That was also Xbox's fault for announcing the game way too early, like every game they've announced pre 2021.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm excited because I believe in the team at Rare to do something unique And that's what I want to see in gaming. I want to see things I've never seen before, and a team that is literally dedicated to doing things never done before, to the point that they basically just discarded all of their old IP and said, "Yeah, we don't want to work on this shit, but if y'all want to, go ahead. Perfect Dark, here you go. Initiative, Killer Instinct, here you go. Iron Galaxy, and who was the original? I forgot. But yeah, and Battletoads, here you go, Dahlia. Everyone gets a Rare IP, but Rare does not want anything to do with those IP, except for a Rare Replay. So yeah. Anything else to say on that?
No, I think you got it. I'm excited though. I'm excited.
Well, in some news, kind of related to Rare, Craig Duncan, the head of Rare, is now about to become the head of Xbox Game Studios. So this is a roundup from GPN Gaming News, where they say Craig Duncan from Rare is set to become the head of Xbox Game Studios, while Joe Neate and Jim North will co-lead Rare in his absence. Matt Booty stated, Xbox Game Studios has released several critically acclaimed titles this year and is gearing up for exciting upcoming games like Avowed, South of Midnight, Fable, and more. In his new position, Craig will remain dedicated to supporting our studios in delivering high-quality, unique gaming experiences that can evolve into successful franchises and attract a wider audience by investing in new IP. New IP, that's what I like to fucking hear. You know who loves new IP? Rare. You know who knows how to make, well, I can't say they know how to make new IP because they've only done one. But yeah, Craig Duncan, this is the man who gave us Sea of Thieves. Even though it had to be rushed out to get a game out in Xbox's just dry lineup. After a year, that game became a great game. It became a full game. And then by 2020, that game was thriving. And they just kept, they found their pace. And since 2020, Sea of Thieves has accomplished something that all of these devs, all of these publishers are chasing. A live service game that finds an audience that sticks with it. So the fact that and the former head, if you don't remember, was Alan Hartman. Yeah, Alan Hartman, who was the head of Turn 10 Studios. He is retiring, and Craig Duncan is his replacement. So I thought Alan Hartman was a good choice because obviously Turn 10 put out magnificent Forza games back to back. Except for Forza 5. The Xbox One launch, that one was pretty bad. Or it wasn't bad, it was just not, it did not live up to the expectations. But from Forza Motorsport 6 and up, they did a good job. But yeah, Alan Hartman, they were consistent, one of the most consistent Xbox studios, and they were putting out games consistently. But I can't really say I saw anything that made me go like, oh yeah, Alan Hartman, he, like, ever since he stepped up as the head of Xbox Game Studios, well, one, there haven't really been that many releases from Xbox Game Studios, but
Yeah.
the releases that we did get, I'm not confident in to say like, oh yeah, Alan Hartman really cooked with the games that they put out, which would be like Halo Infinite. Actually, when did he join? or when did he become the head? Because it's kind of like that Jim Ryan situation where Jim Ryan was getting a lot of credit for stuff that Sean Layden already had in the pipeline, and now all of these mistakes that we're starting to see from PlayStation are from Jim Ryan's tenure, but Jim Ryan is not taking any of the blame because he's not in the position right now. So it's hard to pinpoint how much Alan Hartman actually contributed because he wasn't there long. It was like 4 years.
I'm looking at his LinkedIn right now. It's Alan Hartman, right?
Yep.
He was the Forza studio head for 16 years, and then he was the corporate vice president of Forza and Fable for 2 years and 3 months, and then he was the head of Xbox Game Studios for 1 year and 1 month.
Okay, so he didn't do shit. This motherfucker retired after 1 year. I mean, look, he was probably going to them studios and then seeing what the fuck was going on at Xbox Game Studios, and he would smoke like a pack of cigarettes outside, just like, bro, why I gotta deal with this shit?
It's like that Ben Affleck meme.
Like literally, every time he would go visit the studio, he just. So yeah, he was like, he probably aged about 10 years since becoming the head of Xbox Game Studio. He's like, you know what? Can't do this shit. I'm retiring. But yeah, nah, I hope not at least. But yeah, Craig Duncan, I think he's a great choice. A lot of people were hating on this choice, talking about, oh, now we're gonna have even more games not released, like Everwild and all of this bullshit. And that's why I wanted this to go like right from the Rare topic, the Everwild topic, because like I said, Everwild, out of any game coming from Xbox, this game deserves all the time in the world. This team, this head, Craig Duncan has dedicated himself to creating new ideas when Rare has the IP that has IP that have people act like Rare IP has strength that people would buy these games. I don't believe so, but there are definitely.
They have
IP. They have IP that are more iconic than a lot of other studios, and they probably wish that they had IP like what Rare has. So the fact that they just say, nah, we don't want to work on any of these. Banjo, we'll let anyone else work on it, but we're not. We're more invested in new IP. Oh no, Conquer, yeah, Conquer's cool, but we don't want to do that. Killer Instinct, nah, just give it to another studio. Rare could have just been like, bro, they could have made a Smash Bros with nothing but Rare characters. That's how much IP and characters and they could have pulled it off, and it probably would have been a great game if they did. But they were like, nah, we're not relying on the past. We're gonna create something that is something that is only we can do. We don't want to rehash what the Rare of the past has done. That team has gone and they're on doing other things. And you see a lot of teams, they'll have their whole team is just a shell of its former self, but they'll still try to stick to these old IPs that the team that is working there right now has never worked on before, and they're just trying to rehash what that old team did. But Rare, they're like, nah, we don't want anything to do with that. We want to make things that is unique to what this team today is. And that is something that I admire about Rare. So the fact that Craig Duncan is the man who fostered that ideology and fostered that, what's the word I'm looking for? That damn it, it's on the tip of my tongue. It's whatever. But the ideology of working on new IP, unique ideas, never before seen. And now he's gonna foster other Xbox game studios who want to do that as well, and lead them in the right direction to do that. And that's something that I'm happy to see. That's why I'm okay. Like, I'm very okay with him being the head. Now, would I like to see like a? I would love to see what a Why am I blanking on people's names? Obsidian, New Vegas.
Urquhart?
No.
Josh Sawyer?
Yes, I would love to see what a Josh Sawyer could do as the head of Xbox Game Studios. I would love to see what I actually don't know anybody from the Coalition, but whoever is the head of the Coalition, I was gonna say Rod Ferguson, but I forgot he is not the head of the Coalition anymore. So yeah, but if we're talking about someone who's gonna make a big impact, like a very culture, that's what I was looking for. Someone who's gonna make a very different culture at Xbox Game Studios. Because I feel like Alan Hartman, nothing, even if he would have stayed longer, I don't think anything would have changed. Because he is kind of like he is what Xbox Game Studio, like, Turn 10 is like the formula of Xbox Game Studios. You can say Turn 10, the Coalition 343, they're very much Microsoft studios, and they operate and they have a culture that is very much the same as what Microsoft is.
Mm-hmm.
So if you wanted someone who is gonna kind of turn things around and like make really big changes, I think Alan Hartman is definitely, or sorry, not Alan Hartman, Craig Duncan from Rare is one who can really shake things up.
I found the studio head at the Coalition. His name is Mike Crump.
I've never heard that name.
This is the first time hearing it. He's been there for 9 years and 4 months, so he's been there pretty much the whole time.
Obviously, he is not the face of Gears or anything. Like, he's definitely in the shadows, because Rod Ferguson, Rod Ferguson was out there, and even before him, Cliff Bleszinski, he was out there. Like, they were the face of the company. Whenever you see Gears, you see them. He's just like, he's just in the background. He's like, he's the shadow broker.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah, shout out to Mike Crump. I'm guessing he did 4 or 5, but no. Okay, he's the studio Rod Ferguson. Head. Yeah, because Rod Ferguson did 4. He was the studio head when 4 and 5. I could have sworn 5 was Rod Ferguson's last game at the Coalition. So, did he do Tactics as the studio head and Hive Busters?
It just says studio head. That's it. So he's been the full-time studio head since March 2020.
Okay, so that would be. I mean, I'm pretty sure Hive Busters was already in the work.
Yeah, so that's
And
whatever is
Tactics
going on now.
already came out.
Yeah.
So E-Day would probably be his first project as the studio head.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's probably why we haven't really heard much from him.
Yep.
All right. But yeah, Craig Duncan, how are you feeling about the choice? Do you think they made a good decision, or you think there was better choices?
No, I'm okay with this because I actually think that it's better that he's in there and not the guy from Turn 10. Well, it's Turn 10, right?
Yep.
Because Rare is inherently a more creative company than Turn 10 is. So I like this move actually. But we'll see. Time will tell. But I like the him emphasizing that they want to get new IP, because that is definitely some like a lacking thing from Xbox specifically. And they are getting better at it with South of Midnight, Fable and stuff. But I actually like this move though. I'm convinced that this is actually a good move. We'll see how long he he is the studio head or the head of Xbox Game Studios, but I'm positive about this. I think this is going to be a good move for them.
I mean, at least since 2020. No, honestly, Xbox has been annoyingly doing new IP to a lot of people's dismay, because they don't go back to IP that people actually want. Because if you think about it, most of their games, upcoming games are new IP.
Yeah, South of Midnight.
South of Midnight, Avowed, kind of new IP.
Yeah.
Even though it's based on older IP. Everwild, we just talked about. Contraband,
yeah.
Towerborn.
Yup. Bleeding Edge.
Aura, History Untold. Yeah, we can count Bleeding Edge. we can count Redfall,
yeah.
Starfield, most Hi-Fi Rush.
Okay,
Ghostwire,
yeah, no, you're right.
We're not counting Ghostwire Tokyo
mm-hmm.
or Deathloop. So for the most part, we haven't really, because a lot of people want them to just say, hey, here's Rise 2, here's Sunset Overdrive 2, even though we know that would never happen. Mm-hmm. Here's Recore 2. What's some other good ones? That Quantum Break 2. A lot of people are asking for those, but they're like, nah, I'm gonna do my own thing.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these studios they could have been working on, hey, let's make Fallout New Vegas 2. But instead they're like, no, we're gonna work on Pentiment, Avowed, Grounded, and then Outer Worlds 2 is like the only sequel they decided to go with.
Mm-hmm.
Same with the inner Bethesda, the like outer Bethesda studios. I mean, Doom, obviously, it is still working on Doom.
Yeah.
But they could have been like, oh yeah, let's do Evil Within 3 at Tango, but no, they were like Hi-Fi Rush, Ghostwire Tokyo.
Mm-hmm.
Machine Games. Everyone expected Wolfenstein 3 to be out by now, but instead we getting Indiana Jones. So for the most part, almost every studio is working on new IP at Xbox. Even fucking Activision.
Yeah,
we're hearing rumblings about, we got a whole new studio to make a AAA single player game. We hearing that Infinity Ward is making an RPG new IP. So yeah, they got some new IP cooking. I think that's why Craig Duncan makes a lot of sense, because we've seen that it is hard for these developers to make a new IP that is not only successful, but that lives up to the vision that they originally had. Because it's easy for a sequel, you have a base that you're starting with, and you can kind of just go off of that base and just add on top of it. Whereas a new IP is easy to go out of your scope and lose the vision that you originally had, and then it either just becomes a spiritual successor to what you already did, or it just goes so far out of control that it just doesn't come out well. So Craig Duncan, I feel like he can be a big help in leading these teams into following the vision that they had and making something unique, instead of just falling back on skills that they already developed in older past games that they've done. Because what's the point of making Avowed, and then Avowed is just Pillars of Eternity? Like, oh, we just made Pillars of Eternity again, but it's just a different name. Or we made like Infinity Ward. They're gonna make an RPG, but it just ends up becoming like a FPS that plays like Call of Duty, but it just has some RPG elements thrown on top of it. Like, they could, I don't know, even though that's not Xbox Game Studios, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I got you.
All right, any final thoughts before we wrap up this topic?
No, I'm excited though. I'm excited. At the end of the day, with Xbox and Microsoft, there's always going to be someone above him, and there's always going to be someone above him, and then there's always going to be someone above that person, and then Satya is all the way at the top, and then, that's how their structure goes. But I want to be a little bit more positive about it, because they are the holders of a lot of IP, and they have a lot of studios. So I hope the best for this guy.
All right. So this was actually breaking news right before we started the show. Another game that got announced and then disappeared off the face of the earth. But we just got some new details, a little update from IO Interactive CEO Hakan Abrak, and he shared an update about the studio's upcoming James Bond game, Project 007.
Okay.
So this was a roundup from VGT, where they say the project is being fully developed, published, and funded by IO Interactive. Expect a young James Bond that gamers can call their own and grow with. The storyline will be original, focusing on Bond's journey rather than adapting existing movies. The team hopes the project will kick off a new trilogy in the future, similar to Hitman. So let me actually go to the article from IGN, where it says IO Interactive boss Hakan Abrak has shared some fresh details about Project 007, the shadowy new project from the developers of Hitman that will feature a James Bond origin story, saying that production is going amazingly well and that the studio will have more details to share soon. Speaking with IGN in a wide-ranging interview as part of today's Mind's Eye publishing deal, Abrak said that Project 007 is being fully developed, published, and funded by IO Interactive, and that there's a lot of cool stuff coming up. We absolutely feel like 20 plus years of training for the agent fantasy creating an agent that travels the world and globetrotting whatnot, has given us some know-how on that. But obviously, James Bond is a different IP. It's a huge IP. It's not our IP. It's actually the first IP that is not our original IP from ground up, Brock says. But what's exciting about that project is that we actually got to do an original story, so it's not a gamification of a movie. It's completely beginning and becoming a story, hopefully for a big trilogy out there in the future. And equally important and exciting, it's a new Bond. It's a Bond we built from ground up for gamers. It's extremely exciting with all the tradition and all the history there is there together to work on this together with the family of creating a young Bond for gamers. A Bond that the gamers can call their own and grow with. So, IO Interactive Project 007. Finally gonna be hearing some news soon. Maybe the Game Awards. Maybe Summer Game Fest. I'm guessing in between that window, either the Game Awards or Summer Game Fest. But how you liking the new details that we got? A young Bond, original origin story for Bond, and using their hitman knowledge to bring a completely new take on James Bond from the prior games that we've seen.
Yeah, this is cool, man. This is cool because we all know Hitman, and we all know how like they incorporate like stealth mechanics with the not open worlds, but like the open zones and stuff like that. This is cool, man. This is cool, and especially because what's it called? I haven't really been resonating with a lot of the recent James Bond movies. So it's gonna be cool having a game. Hopefully they can tell a good story and stuff. But yeah, this is cool, man. And they said that they're like it's going well, right? Like,
amazingly well.
Amazingly well. That's glowing words right there. But yeah, no, this is awesome, man. This is fucking awesome. Let's see it when it comes out. Did they say what perspective the game is gonna be in?
They did not, but I'm 100% guessing it's gonna be third person.
Third person. Okay.
Like Hitman.
Yeah.
Or hopefully you can switch between them, like the going into first person. That'd be cool.
Yeah. No, this is cool. This is cool. IO Interactive, they've been pretty consistent, so I'm expecting this one to be pretty good as well.
Yeah, the Hitman trilogy is amazing. One of the best immersive sims out there. They could literally just make a new Hitman game and put James Bond on there and call it a day, and that would be amazing to most people. But knowing them, I know they're gonna try to pull off some. There are certain things that make James Bond and make it different than a Hitman, because Hitman is all about the stealth, disguises, infiltrating, and basically like going in and going out without anyone knowing who he is. James Bond is not that. 9 times out of 10, James Bond is going out blazing at the end of, like, every now and then there's that James Bond stealth mission where he's using his gadgets and he's getting information, but James Bond is about the cars. So car chases, that is a staple of James Bond movies and games. Always a new iconic car to, like, for that character or for that movie. So I expect cars to become a mechanic that we did not see in Hitman. 2, way like gadgets that are like Hitman had gadgets. They need to up the ante on gadgets when it comes to 007 because it's all about these high tech, just oh, here's a pin. It's also a pistol, and you can throw it and turn it into a bomb, like type shit like that. Like, oh, you have a watch and has a laser, and things like that. That Hitman just had like basic spy weapons. It was like mostly realistic stuff. James Bond, there's always that fantasy element of like the kind of gadgets that he makes. Like, oh yeah, your suit has like it can turn into a parachute, or like I want to see inventive ideas when it comes to the gadgets as well. So those are really the two things that I want to see in the next Bond game. Everything else could just be Hitman. Just throw the Hitman gameplay, put them on there, but just add the car chases, the explosions, some really good third-person shooter mechanics, or first-person, whatever perspective y'all go in, and then some really cool, unique, game-changing gadget, and then being able, just like Hitman, being able to select what gadget you take into the level, and then it can play out completely different depending on what gadgets you use. I want to see all of that in a perfect 007 game created by IO Interactive.
Yup. Yeah, experiment with the gadgets for sure.
But yeah, I've been only thinking of Project Fantasy / Project Dragon from IO that I completely forgot about Project 007 for a while. But they have two really big games in the work. So, I expect them to pull off 007. Project Dragon, Project Fantasy, they're doing a lot of new things that they haven't done before. So, I'm very excited to see Project 007, and I'm hoping that Project Fantasy, Project Dragon turns out good as well.
For sure.
Do you have anything else to say?
No, I'm with you.
All right. Two juggernauts were supposed to collab, but it ended up getting canceled. And this is a rumor that is coming from the Ghost of Hope. And he says that there was a collaboration between Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 3, and Halo that was reportedly scheduled for earlier this year, but was canceled prior to its release. The reasons for its cancellation remain unclear. And I did see another post where they said that it was budget reasons or some shit like that. But let me see. I remember there was more details, because I remember seeing that it was supposed to have a fully voiced Master Chief as one of the playable specialists. Is that what they're called?
Yeah, I think that is what they're called.
Yeah, he was supposed to be a specialist that you could pick, and he was fully voiced. So, but it got canceled, and the other rumor did say that it may be pushed to Black Ops 6 instead.
Okay.
So there is still a chance that we get it with Black Ops 6 instead. But them getting acquired by Xbox, this was just one of the things that people were just like, yeah, this has to happen. Halo, Call of Duty, once rivals, now coming together for the collab. This is Jay-Z and Nas making an album together. Like, let's fucking go. But yeah, would this be something you want to see?
I would, you know, I think I seen Jez say this, but I would rather them do like a Halo Call of Duty game. You know what I'm saying? Instead of like skins and stuff. But
Yeah, of course.
I mean, I already don't really care about like how my characters look in terms of cosmetics, especially in first person games. Um, like I don't know if you know anything about like the 2K my career, but like or my player stuff, but like I always used to rock the brown shirt. Like I never changed how my guy looked and shit. Like like cosmetics and stuff like that is not really like my thing. But I know people would be excited for it, and I'm sure it would sell a lot. Like having like a Master Chief skin and stuff like that in Call of Duty. But not really for me. But you know I could see people being excited for it for sure.
I would be excited. Would have gotten on Modern Warfare 3 just to play as Master Chief in it. Definitely would have bought it. And if it happens in Black Ops 6, I'm definitely buying it.
Yep. All right.
Bro, like Master Chief just running around doing Omni movement shit. I would love to see that.
Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool to see. Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, it's a dope collab. Obviously, I would rather have like Infinity Ward make a Halo campaign, or no, I was gonna say 343 make a Call of Duty, but nah, I wouldn't want that.
Halo Studios, you mean?
Yeah, Halo Studios. I don't want that.
Yeah.
What even unless they bringing back Black Ops 3 jetpack gameplay. But yeah, it's just cool to see.
Yeah. No,
All right.
that's exciting. It's exciting for sure.
In other big FPS giants, there when you think of the big three, you always Call of Duty, Halo, and of course Concord.
This guy and
Because
his curveballs, bro.
Big Concord is back outside, baby. Concord is back. Y'all motherfuckers thought that it was over just because they got shut down after 2 weeks. Nah. It's looking like they ain't done yet. They said, we coming back from the grave. So, this is a roundup from VGT Gaming News. A month after being officially shut down by Sony and Firewalk Studios, Concord appears to be receiving frequent back-end updates, leading many to speculate that the FPS could be going free to play. Without being able to tell what's included in these updates, it seems clear that Concord isn't fully dead yet and could certainly make a return. Upon Concord being shut down, many outlets reported that the game cost a whopping $400 million to develop and market, with others suggesting the title only sold 25,000 units. Now, everyone, make sure y'all go to lordsofgaming.net and read, or it was a video, it was a read.
No video.
Yeah. Read Subego's article on Concord's whopping $400 million budget.
400 million plus.
But Concord going free to play. We both played you played it, right?
I played the beta.
Okay. I think you played the beta even more than I did, because I didn't really.
I played the beta for like an hour, bro.
Yeah, that's
I played it for like
that's
an
30
hour.
more minutes than I did.
Yeah.
But yeah, is this game going free to play and throwing in some obvious monetization. God
Monetization.
damn,
I got you.
monetization that wasn't in the original. Would that be able to bring players back?
Nope. Not at all. Not one bit. People are gonna move on. People are gonna go play Marvel Rivals. People are gonna go play Frag Punk. People are gonna go play Overwatch, Call of Duty. It's
Sea of
it's
Thieves.
it's Sea of Thieves, Halo Infinite. Even there's people aren't gonna play this. I'm sorry. I might play it though. Actually, I might actually check it out, especially if it's free to play on PlayStation, because my PC didn't run the game that well. But if it's
No
free to
one's
play on
PC ran it.
PlayStation, then I might try it out potentially. But am I excited for it? No, but they definitely got to make their money back somehow. So this is them doing that.
Unless they completely overhaul this game from the characters to the gameplay to literally everything about this game. Like this game has to be a completely new game named Concord for this to make a successful comeback, because the price was only a tiny sliver of the issue.
Yeah.
If the game was good, people like Helldivers showed that a $40 price tag is, people are willing to spend that if the game is good and has something unique and has something that no other game has to offer. This game did not have that. And not only did it not have something, it didn't do anything better than games in its genre. And at the very least, if you're going to be a game that doesn't do anything better in your genre, at least have some attractive characters to bring people, like, to bring degenerates like myself in. Like, if y'all had some Frag Punk level characters, I probably would have played for at least a little bit longer. So yeah, I'm just glad I got my refund. I don't think free to play is enough. Chuck does though. He didn't play the beta.
he thinks it's gonna.
He didn't play the beta. So, but he
Weren't
says
y'all-
this
Oh,
is
I'm
going
sorry.
this gonna be the one as soon as it goes free to play.
Weren't y'all arguing about like which one's the bigger like flop
Oh,
between this and ET or
Yes.
something like that?
I don't even want to bring that up because that was such a
Which-
dumb conversation.
Yeah, it I was listening to it. I was like, this doesn't even make any sense. Like I'm sorry because I'm pretty sure ET did not cost $400 million to develop. So
Not only did it not cost $400 million, it made its money back because people bought it because of the name. They saw ET and millions bought the game.
yeah,
And then it was only after they played it that all the complaints came.
yeah.
But obviously there was no reviews in IGN and all this stuff to tell people that the game is bad before buying it back then.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you want to hear the full argument, check out the latest episode of Project Untitled Gaming Podcast that happened on Saturday, where we argued if ET was a bigger flop than Concord. Spoiler alert, it's not. All right.
I understood his perspective and like saying like
It caused the gaming industry to crash.
yeah, I understand that perspective, but it's a completely different time, you know. Like you kind of can't really compare them, but I
Bro, even
digress.
then, the I don't even think the gaming industry crash lost the entire gaming industry 400 million. Like maybe if you count inflation, but yeah. All right, big Concord.
Big Concordia. Did you see that? Like they Nintendo announced like the setting of brothership the day that
And it
Concord
was
died.
like, what did it said something? It was like greetings from it said something that was just like it was like the
Like it
whole
almost
trailer.
insinuated it, right?
Yeah, the whole trailer was hilarious because it was doing like these like postcards, and it was like we miss you.
Yeah,
It was like I was like, damn, Concord, like why they dancing on Concord grave like this?
yeah.
It was like the same day that it got announced that it was
Uh-huh.
going offline,
Yeah.
or the same day it went offline, or some shit like that.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, next topic. That's what I was looking for. All right, xCloud is getting a big update. One that has been teased for years, and that is that starting in November, Xbox Cloud Gaming will allow you to stream the games you own, not the ones in Game Pass, the ones that you own that you have bought. You'll be able to stream them through the cloud. Microsoft's Project Lapland is preparing Xbox Cloud Gaming servers to stream thousands of games. Testing will begin with Xbox Insiders in November. So, Jez reported this a while ago, and he said it would be Q4 this year that it would be happening. And Sarah Bond broke the news and confirmed that it's going to be November. And Jez Corden has also said that it won't be every game at launch. It'll be thousands of games, but not every single game in the Xbox store. So there will be some that aren't that just aren't there at launch, but they'll be slowly added, kind of like GeForce Now. And he also says that there are publishers who are opting out of it. So there will probably be full publishers that just won't be added. I'm guessing Take-Two, probably. That just sounds like them. But then again, they've had GTA and Red Dead and 2K, Mafia, all those games play in the cloud on Game Pass. So I'm trying to think who's a publisher who just does not fuck with Game Pass at all. Because Strauss Zelnick, he's like, he talks like he doesn't like Game Pass, but he adds games to Game Pass all the time. Not day one, but definitely later on.
Yeah.
But yeah, is this a feature that you would use? No.
Well, I never stream games. I've done it like very, very occasionally. Like when I was back at a Roundtable, I used to, like on my breaks, I used to pull out my phone. I would play like Yakuza and stuff like that. Like play games that didn't require that much, like fine tune like timing and shit.
Yeah.
But for the most part, nah. I rarely stream games. I always prefer downloading my games and playing them locally.
See, I love streaming games. Either to my phone, or if I just don't, I want to try a game but I don't want to download it, I'll usually stream the game first before downloading it, because I don't want to download some shit and then it be ass, and then I wasted time downloading, wasted bandwidth, wasted my whatever data that I had for the month. I'm like, I don't got time for that shit. I'm gonna stream it, see how it goes. If I like it, download it. If I know I'm not gonna play it again, don't download it. So I use the streaming all the time, but I I'm trying to think of games that I would actually. Okay, like if I had Metaphor on Xbox, if I had the Xbox version, that would be something I would be streaming on my phone with my Razer Kishi.
Okay.
Which you can't see because there you
I
go.
can see it. Yeah.
So I would definitely love to play something like that portably. I used to play Persona 5 Royal with the Razer Kishi portably. So those Atlas games are really good games to play portably. Even with this action kind of gameplay, it really isn't the most timing based, or like it's not the most like quick
Like
movements.
combo driven and stuff. Yeah, it's not. You just press one button and then you initiate the turn-based combat.
Yep. But yeah, it wouldn't be the most useful for me, but I can see this also being really big if they can get an Xbox Game Pass Cloud tier that's cheaper than $17.99 a month. Because let's say, GTA 6 just came out. Someone is still on their Xbox One, but they want to play GTA 6. You can buy GTA 6, load it up on the cloud, and play on your Xbox One. Because it's not in Game Pass, or at least we know damn well it's not going to launch in Game Pass.
Mm-hmm.
But you would be able to play through the cloud on your Xbox One, and all you did was buy the game and have Game Pass.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, if they can couple it with or like you don't have consoles at all, you're a mobile gamer. Say like Japanese gamers especially, they play mostly mobile. So Xbox Game Pass gives them a little assortment of games. But let's say Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D, a game we know is gonna blow up in Japan. Maybe the Xbox version just has a much better, like obviously the Xbox version is gonna look better than the Switch version, and just like Octopath Traveler 2, it's gonna have effects and like better effects and stuff that aren't in the Switch version. So the Xbox version on mobile would probably be a better experience than playing on the Switch if the Japanese audience was able to just buy the game, pay $4.99, $6.99 maybe for the cloud version of Xbox Game Pass, and then just play something like that. Or even like the new Yakuza games that are coming out. There's an audience that they can cultivate now that they're not tied to just that little selection of games. They can play all of the big releases, the Atelier, Yumiya, well, I'm trying to think of some other Japanese games that are upcoming that aren't in Game Pass.
Slitterhead.
Litterhead. Let's see.
Metal Gear.
Yeah, Metal Gear. That would be. So yeah, but that $17.99 to play in the cloud is literally the one deter from that being a viable option.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think this is a step in the right direction, and this could lead to something really cool and something that'll really help Xbox in the future.
For sure. I think this is something that they've been working towards, so it's probably a huge milestone internally for them.
Definitely.
Mhm.
Now, get the fucking get the stream quality up to GeForce Now, because y'all been on the same stream quality since like 2015, or actually no, 2020 they bumped it to 1080p.
Yeah.
But yeah, y'all need to step y'all game up when it comes to the stream quality. They
Yeah,
dogging
for
y'all
sure.
out here.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, I know one of the reasons why xCloud streaming isn't the greatest is because they use the Series S
Series X
spec of
as a base.
yeah, they use
Yeah.
the Series
While
S as the
GeForce is using 4080s supers
yeah.
and
Mhm.
going up to 4090s and
Yeah.
all these heavy ass GPUs.
Mhm.
So it makes sense, but they maybe the next console that'll get them to where they need to be, but
Yeah.
hopefully we see some improvements soon.
For sure.
All right, the last topic.
This is the big one.
This is the big one.
The SCVs are gonna come rolling in on us while we talk about this.
The biggest leak of 2024 and the one that's gonna cause the most casualties, because we about to see some bodies turn up because the Nintendo ninjas are not playing. This is coming from Central Leaks. Well, before I read that, let me just go ahead and say Game Freak was hacked, and a lot of data has been leaked out and made available to the public. We have gotten some news about upcoming games, some news about the Switch 2, and some weird, freaky ass shit too. But let me start with a summary from Central Leaks of every leak related to future Pokemon projects. So, video games, we had Pokemon Legends Z through A, originally planned to release in 2024, will feature Mega Zygarde and Mega Zerora in development for the current Switch. Although there was a later update that said that the Switch 2 was also a part of the plans for Pokemon Legends. Then there was the codename Pokemon Gaia. This is Gen 10, so the follow-up to Scarlet and Violet. 2 versions, codename K and N, Japanese names. The main theme will be island, exploring in an archipelago. In development for Switch 2, but a version for Switch 1 is also being tested. Then there is Pokemon Synapse, which is a code name. This is a new multiplayer Pokemon game in collaboration between ILCA and Game Freak, and has been described as Splatoon-like, but not an MMO.
Okay.
Now, getting into TV and film, there's Project Bauer. This is movie 24, because there are 23 fucking Pokemon movies out. In development hell since 2021, current status unclear. Will be a fresh start for the movie universe with a new protagonist. Set in Kanto, only the original 151 Pokemon will appear. Bro, stop. Get away from Kanto. We know there are still Pokemon fans that love Kanto and the original 151, but y'all need to let it go. Main mythical of the movie will be Mew, and it's directed by Kabun Shizuno. Project Reload, new original TV anime, 12 episodes, 21 minutes long, animated by Studio Colorido. In development since at least 2022, current status unclear. The Great Detective Pikachu, sequel to the Detective Pikachu movie, in development since 2021, directed by Jordan Vogue Roberts. Current status unclear, unknown if canceled. Project Discovery, Netflix live action, 8 episodes for the first season. Up to 5 seasons are being considered. No more details available. So, anything catch your eye?
Yeah, so I don't care about the movie and film stuff. I'll say that. I do want to watch the Detective Pikachu still. I heard that one's good. I think you said that.
Oh, you
that
haven't
was
watched it?
pretty good. No, I haven't watched it yet.
Oh, it's good.
Yeah. But the games, I definitely am interested in Legends ZA because Legends Arceus was like a good step in the right direction for I would say Game Freak and like kind of making an open world type game. I didn't like how kind of checklist driven it was. It was very like it became very mundane very fast in my opinion, but I'm excited for that. Gen 10, I haven't played a mainline Pokemon game in a while because I completely skipped out on both of the Switch releases. Because there was Sword and Shield and then Violet and Scarlet, right?
Yeah,
I completely skipped out on those. Didn't play either of them. So it's been a while since I have played a mainline Pokemon game, but I'm excited for it. I wanna see them kind of bring in the elements from Legends ZA into the or not Legends ZA, Legends Arceus into the mainline games. As for them developing it on the Switch 1, don't please just develop it on the Switch 2.
That's the only way that we'll know that the game will run well on the Switch 2.
Yeah, but I'm cautiously optimistic about that. But as far as a multiplayer game, that sounds pretty intriguing. Did they say who's rumored to work on it?
ILCA and Game Freak together.
So ILCA is back up on Nintendo's radar apparently. A Splatoon-like Pokemon game. I wonder how, like a third person over the shoulder Pokemon type of like a
See, I'm just imagining Pokemon what's the MOBA called? Pokemon.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Why am I forgetting the name?
Here, I'll look it up for you. Pokemon MOBA. Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, it's like I'm thinking like Pokemon Unite, but take out the isometric MOBA and do some like 5v5 objective-based hero shooter type shit.
Yeah, that's probably what it will be. But yeah, that's cool. Nothing struck out as too shocking or out of the ordinary to me.
Safe.
Yeah, everything does seem very safe, but hey, man, a part of me wonders if this leak because Game Freak is also collaborating with Private Division, right?
Yes.
Yeah, part of me is thinking like potentially that could have something to do with these leaks coming out. The fact that they're not just working with Nintendo, like I don't know.
I mean, they've worked with other publishers for like either they've self-published or they worked with other publishers. I think Tempo the Badass Elephant, that was published by someone else.
Okay.
And I don't know about Small Town Hero or whatever that one was called. Is that on my end? Or...
No, that's on my end. My
Okay.
bad. Yeah, I don't know. Hold on, give me a second.
All right. But yeah, as far as the games, definitely excited about Pokemon Legends.
I closed my window.
Yeah, Pokemon Legends for sure. I'm excited about. And then Gaia, they gotta do something wild. Like they gotta really try to win me over for a mainline Pokemon game. Legends Arceus was a great concept that just needed more. I'm hoping that ZA it adds the more to that amazing concept that they did, because that is what I believe the future of Pokemon should be. What Legends was doing, like going from Legends and them going to Scarlet, just ass, bro. Like it just went backwards. It was fully open world. That was cool. But everything else, it was still the same Pokemon, except it looked and ran worse. So yeah. Now there was some other stuff. We got the origins of Pokemon, like the Pokemon universe. There was a whole long ass document about how there was a vortex of chaos. It all mixed together, and then it just all became a blur. But then one day, a large egg appeared in the center of the chaos, and it's a whole thing. The lore is the part, like everyone was like, "Oh, Game Freak leaked. I wonder what kind of like unused Pokemon designs, what canceled games we would get, like." But the lore that they have written for Pokemon and these stories that Game Freak has written that leaked out are 100 times like everyone was looking for some game shit, and then the shit that leaked out from these developers was some wild shit.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you've read any of these like stories from Game Freak writers.
Nope.
But they put the freak in Game Freak.
They have a freak off over there.
If you thought that Power World, like we you remember like you would read some of the descriptions and some of the things about Power World, pals, and you would be like, yeah, this is the dark version of Pokemon. Game Freak triple. Bro, they triple lapped them on whatever the fuck they was doing. Like, bro, it's like they were writing this shit, and then there was someone at Nintendo who was like, hell no, this is not going to get this shit out of here. Get you a freak. Get the fuck out. Like, so.
Did you link these? I'm sorry. Did you link these?
Yeah, I did link these.
Let me look.
I'm not gonna read them, but I put them. It's the second and third links in that one.
Okay.
So
let me look at them
this is just the headline of.
Whoa!
Yeah, so this is just the headline of one of these stories that leaked.
Hey, yo!
And this is from Girium Newtown on Twitter, where he posts, or they post, I should say, Here's literally a story about Typhlosion kidnapping a girl, gaslighting her, and then making her give birth to a half human, half Pokemon child. What the fuck?
What
And I read through this, and no, okay, this is not a grown woman. This is a like 12-year-old girl, like 13, 14-year-old girl. So there are these stories about human Pokemon torture and birthing human Pokemon hybrids, and it is wild. I'm not gonna read, but all you have to do is search Pokemon leaks because this is literally all that anyone is talking about on Twitter. And
wild, bro. The comment sections are going crazy.
bro, because literally someone tweeted, these Pokemon leaks did I swear from look at how many cool Pokemon we were robbed from. So what the fuck? Like, what the fuck did Typhlosion and Octillery do? Bro, there are some things that you would expect from like fan fiction, and these are Game Freak developers. Like these are the writers just coming up with lore ideas, and they're just waiting for the chance to finally put this in a movie or a manga or a game. They're just like they pitch this away every time. This right here, like no, get that shit out of here.
Someone said Waifumon.
Bro,
That's crazy. Waifumon is wild.
so
Oh my goodness.
yeah, Game Freak you really start to think about that name after seeing some of these leaks. But yeah, I thought this was big
wild.
online. I thought this shit was hilarious, but
I didn't even see none of this, bro. I didn't see none of this.
Hey, look, I was just looking for some. I was like, ooh, Pokemon leaks. I want to see what. And then that shit happened, and I was like, oh, bro, that shit literally sounds like that shit sounds like Sonic fanfic, because Sonic fanfic be the most cringe-worthy, just like people just trying to be edgy and dark for no reason type shit. Shout out to Game Freak. You know some of the motherfuckers was at them Diddy parties. You know damn well they was there.
Yeah, yeah. If you see any people dressed up as like any like sort of fucking stuffed animal shit, that was probably Game Freak employees. That's wild, bro. Okay, pivoting back to video game stuff though, I'm kind of upset that what was that Pokemon fighting game? What was that one
Pokken.
called? Pokken. Yeah, I'm kind of sad that that's not in any of these leaks.
Yeah.
I feel like a Pokemon fighting game would be kind of big.
Oh, maybe that was the canceled Bandai Namco game.
Oh. Ooh, potentially. But yeah, I don't have nothing to comment on Game Freak being freaky, but for Pokemon games, shit, make them good, make them polished, and try to innovate.
That's all we can ask for.
That's all we can ask for. That
There-
Game Freak lore.
There was
man,
one. I could have sworn there was like, I can't remember if it was a show or if it was a game, but there was something Pokemon related that was in development that would focus on adult trainers. And I was like, that sounds cool, especially if it was a game. That would be something that they could actually do some interesting things with. But yeah, y'all, I just need y'all to check out them Pokemon leaks, because y'all have to see for yourself that it was some wild shit going on at Game Freak. But yeah, any last words for this topic before we wrap it up?
Man, this is wild.
You read?
Yeah, I'm reading. I read a little bit of the Typhlosion kidnapping a girl, gaslighting. Yeah, that's, bruh. They got some imaginative minds out there. But,
you know he was writing fanfic before he got hired at Game Freak. He was like, I'm about to turn this motherfucker around.
Maybe that's what he gave in as like sample work. These are all my samples, y'all. And they're like, you're hired. Game Freak be freaky, man. Like this is wild. I have no words. They left me speechless, bro.
They got a bro. We about to have Pokemon 69 and Pokemon 420.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, that is it. That is all we have for you today. Thank y'all for tuning in and for all the good people in the chat leaving comments. We do appreciate your support. Make sure you guys hit that like, because we love you guys and it helps us grow this channel. If you're not subscribed and enjoyed the show, make sure you hit that subscribe button so you can stay updated. Dual-Wield Gaming Podcast. We'll be back next week, probably at the same time, hopefully. And then, yeah, we'll have another great show for you guys. Let's go ahead and get outros out the way. Subegles, always a pleasure to be doing an episode of Dual-Wield. Where can we find you and what you got going on?
Yeah. So y'all can find me on the interwebs at Twitter. I was about to say Facebook. I don't even use Facebook. Twitter. Shit, that's pretty much Instagram at Subeg Dollywall. If you guys want to watch any of my older content on YouTube, check me out at youtube.com/Subagels. If you guys want to watch me stream, which I'm trying to do regularly, but you know, even I was telling my girl last night, I was like, damn, I'm gonna finish a lot of work so I can stream, but I literally was doing homework up until like almost like 2 a.m. and I was like, fuck. But y'all can see me on Twitch, the same thing, twitch.tv/Subagels. You guys can check out my new article over at Lords of Gaming, where I talk about, I'm really diving into the stuff that just to give a little backstory, someone that worked on Concord approached Colin and gave him a bunch of like little tidbits and stuff that that he reported on some episodes of Sacred Symbols, and I just made an article kind of corroborating what he put out there, and like, you know, diving into some of the numbers and some of the stuff that he threw out there on Sacred Symbols. So check that out. It's a simple title. It's just Concord 400 mil ? I did quite a bit of research for it. So if you guys want to check it out, please check that out. I wanted to say here that starting October 22nd, when the regular season starts for NBA, I'm gonna sacrifice my my social media. I'm gonna try to my best to be social media silent, to sacrifice my my social media stuff for the Clippers, man, because I gotta do a sacrifice for them. You know, every year I try to, but that's my team. Those are my guys. I'm still gonna retweet stuff, but you know, I think it's gonna be good for me though, because it'll help me lock in, you know, not be so terminally online. Shout out to JPEG Mafia, but there's that Lords of Gaming. What am I missing here? I think that's it.
YouTube, Twitter.
Yeah, YouTube.
Lords
I
of
said
Gaming.
my. Yep. I think that's all. For the most part. But yeah, y'all can reach out. My DMs are always open. As far as games that I'm covering, I think that I'm gonna end up covering Neva. So I'm probably gonna do a review and a video review of that. Still haven't purchased it yet, but that potentially could be in the works. But yeah, that's really it for me.
Alright. As for myself, you can find me on Twitter, Pasta Feet, F3ET.
Don't ask.
Don't ask. Twitch.tv/Don Solo. Don't look for me. And you can find me right here, Don Otaku, YouTube, where not only do I do the Dual-Wield Gaming Podcast, but every Saturday on sometime between 12 p.m. Central to 2 p.m. Central, I do the Project Untitled Gaming Podcast live. So pull up, chat with us while we talk about the gaming, the whole gaming, and nothing but the gaming. What am I playing this week? More Frag Punk. More Silent Hill. Trying to knock out Silent Hill before getting into Metaphor, because Metaphor is gonna be a long ass game.
Yeah.
Silent Hill can probably be knocked out way sooner.
Yep.
So yeah. Other than that, I think that's it. But yeah, any last words for the people before we let them go?
So, I'm gonna keep my tradition of telling y'all to go fucking work out, but this time I'm gonna say do some yoga, do some stretches, stretch out your hammies, stretch out your quads, your ligaments and all that. Do some downward dogs, do some cobras, do some child poses. Just do some yoga. It's good for you. It's good for the soul.
And I'm gonna say, you motherfuckers, you know who you are. You done ate out 6 days in a row. Go cook something, bruh. Use your stove. It's there for a reason. Look up a recipe, throw that shit together, and cook something. It's gonna, well, I ain't gonna say it's gonna taste better, because some of y'all motherfuckers can't cook, but it's gonna be healthier than whatever you eating out there. You know what you putting in, so get some cooking in.
For sure.
And with that, y'all are free to go. Get out of here. Enjoy the rest of your day. Peace out. Bye-bye.
Peace out, everyone.